Thank you for joining us for this, the AS400 IBMI Advanced Operator Training. Everybody stay safe. This is the first day of the new the CMCO in Klang Valley. So I think it's the best time for us to do to learn something. That's AS400 and continue learning. Okay, I hope that everybody can attend because this is free. Yeah. CBS yearly we will do either the training update for the customers on the power storage or the AIX AS400s. This year we doing the AS400 advanced operating the S1 operator training again. And I hope that everybody stay home and then learn this for the next 3 days, since we are funding it together with IBM, and then we want everybody to learn AS100. These 3 days, you will have 3 links sent to your email. Today, you click on the day 1 link. Tomorrow, you will click on the day 2 link. And the third day, you will click on the day 3 link. So the 3 link is a different link, because these are the new way of doing the Webex training. Yeah. So make sure that you get your link correct, because you look at the titles of every day's login, and then you will state there is the day 1, day 2, or day 3. When there is a session to ask you for the question, you can click on the Q&A at the bottom right corner there and key in your question. We will answer it later. Yeah. So all your questions you can key in there, and we'll compile and answer it later. Yeah. I would like to go through the agenda for the day 1. So the first day, the first day we go through the ALPA concept, console option, HMT overview, basic management, and then it will depend on the instructor to tell you when's the break. And you can key in all your questions during the break. Before the next session starts, it will answer the last question. Then after that, we have the IBMI AS Access Family Overview, IBMI Client Access Solution, Security Concept, and Overview. And after that, we have lunch break. So after the lunch break, we will answer the last question first. And after that, we will look into the system value, what are system value we can set. User security group, resources, authority. After that break, we'll go into the authority list, adopted authority, and we have break, and we have the work management, concept, overview, and so on. So the next second day morning, I will still come and welcome you again. And after that, we will have the work management, subsystem concept, and work management on the job processing, and have a break and continue with the job processing concept and a submitting job and programming concept. Then only we have a lunch break. The day 2, after the lunch break, we will go through the work management, job processing, and the job type, interactive, and the batch. And we have break, we have work management, submitting job, we have programming concept, tips, and improving operation. Day 3, we go through the CL programming concept, the PDM, SEU, and break. After that, we have SDA, And after that, we have tips and improved operators. And we have journaling overview, and we have the virtual IP. And after that, the last day, we have the closing. Why I still call it AS400? Actually, the actual name is, the hardware is called Power Server. The OS is called IBM OS, which is quite confusing, and many people cannot get it right. But I prefer to call it AS400 because the A name is doing pretty well. You don't look at AWS, Amazon, Azure, Alibaba, AliCloud, and Apple. And the one who get the OS name right is Apple, call their OS as iOS. AS400 used to call their version 5 as i5OS, but after that, they gave out to call IBM iOS. So AS400 is still a better name to use, easier for everybody to understand. AS400 database is the best database because it never stops and it never down and they never have problem. Do you notice that you have no way to down the AS400 database because we don't give you the command to stop the database and we don't give you a command to start the database. When you have no option to stop the database, it will never stop. Other database will stop because it depends on the human. When you depend on the human, you normally forget to start or stop already, forget to start. So you don't give them command, it never stop. So that's the only database that never stop. It is always active. And a lot of people don't know. And the best part is there's no name for this database. That's why we have to call it AS400 database, although it is called DB2. Yeah. So the one that is the well-performed one, most of the people not know about it. Yeah. So the thing that you don't need a human one, normally is doing better. And you don't need to increase the database size because it's increased by itself. So you don't need the command to do that. Again, you don't need a human. When you need less human, normally you have less problem and less down. So Jason can share with you later on what, all the steps and all the operation steps that you can do. The next one on the AS400 database is we got no virus. You don't need to install the antivirus on the AS400, and the most worry of most of the IT is antivirus protection is not activated. No antivirus, no. You got antivirus, but it is not activated. Yeah. So when it's not activated, you pay for nothing, is it? So myself go for a database that you totally don't need it. Yeah. So that you have less worry about it. So the database without the virus is a much better database because you don't need a human to make sure that you are protected. No matter who you get, there will be a chance that it is not activated because you need to shut it down for certain things. So we also have the option to do the active database, which you can replicate to another one to reduce the downtime. Those who attended the active previously will probably know about that we are more stable. We couldn't find any virus on the AS400 database. If you ever found the virus on database, we would like to buy from you at a high price because then we can actually follow the ransomware. We'll make a lot of money together with you. So that is the best database that I can think of. So go for the database that will have less problem. And today you get to study the database that will totally don't have all these issues. It may not be famous, but it's really good and steady. And we could do this database to multi-levels active replication. So you can have no downtime at all. And for the CBS, we invested a lot of server on the AS400 at our center here for people to do POC, upgrade testing. And we also have the AS400 Cloud and AIX Cloud. Should you require the cloud on the AS400 and AIX, you can come to us. The other can use it for the development, testing, POC, or whatever that you need, even for the production. So we have two types of cloud. One is a normal cloud, which is with the local data center in Malaysia. We support the Malaysia country. And the other one is the cloud on your premise. So we also allow that at your premise. I would like to go through a bit on the replication roadmap. Initially, when AS400 started in 1988, after many years, we start looking into the replication to the DR. And the last 10 years, we have been pushing for the moving towards zero downtime. That means you have the HA before to go to the DR, so that your HA can actually reduce the downtime for the AS400. But for 2020 onward, we strongly suggest and to look into roadmap of active-active to make the two AS400 active. So to achieve the situation where totally no downtime, because second AS400 is also with the active user. So if we are not there yet, you should be looking into it. If you are still looking at the HA, that means you are last 10 years, but at least not so bad, you are there already. Yeah. So for those who wanted to look into the active-active, we are more than happy to help you to achieve it. So this is a roadmap for replication that we are looking at. So make sure that your DR investment on your DR is not become useless, that you cannot even access with the user to print a report. That is the most expensive machine you ever pay for. If you have a DR, which you cannot access, just like you buy a car, you can only start, you cannot drive it. That is actually the most expensive machine. Buy a car and just can start. Until the first car go down, then only can drive. That is the most expensive car that you ever buy. So make sure that your second car is at least able to print the report, or the best is it is active. If you are not there yet, I think consider after today's training, maybe after this 3-day training, you know the journal better, then after that you can do it better. So CBS, we committed to the skill development for the CBS team. We make sure that all our guys certified, and we would like to train all the customer. We have the yearly training update, and we ensure that our technical team are certified, and we committed to the support to the for the customer. What are the lessons we learned in the MCO? This one I think we will like to share. That means invest with the company. We have a lot of the local engineer, because you don't know which place is going to be the red zone again, and who are not allowed to travel. And external overseas expert will not be able to come in. Yeah, so if they come in, also quarantine 14 days. And not all the company engineers will be able to go on site. Actually, you are not on the severity one. So then you probably want to invest with company like us, which have more local engineers that can help you. Yeah. And from the MCO, we also learned that not all the parts is available in country. So we set out our part centers to help our customer. So we have certain parts that is we have it in KL. So those that we learn from the MCO, and CMCO start today again. Yeah. Imagine that we are not allowed to travel from KL to other places. I saw the today attendees now at the moment is 141, which is more than majority to form a government. So I think I would like to suggest to form a AS400 user group or AS400 forum, so that we can share and with the user, for those who are the expert, for those which are not, CBS are willing to bring in the resources to help out each other. So it's time for us to help out each other. So we can also discuss on the topic and the area where most of the customer interested. Then we can run a session again for all the AS400 user. Those interested, you can actually put in your suggestion at the chat there, or email us reply the email that send you the email to attend also can. Because during the MCO, kita jaga kita sendiri. AS400 jaga AS400. There's not, maybe everybody cannot travel eventually. So I think it's the best time to form a group which everybody have more time at home, which are the topic you want to study, and somebody in some part of the world probably is free to guide us and teach us on that. Tell us what you need, and we have enough attendees. We will probably want to invest, and we want to train everybody. Okay. So should you have any question, you can actually key in at the bottom right of your bottom right corner to key in your question. We will compile all the question and answer it one by one later. So for the training questions, so you key in the questions during a break. Before the next session start, it will answer the question accordingly. That is for those questions you have. Because we have 140 is difficult to answer all the questions, but we are more than happy to answer all the questions. And on the third day, you will be having a feedback form that you can fill in for us, So that is on the third day. This is on the third day. So that end my session. I will pass it to Jason to go through with you on the advanced operator training for the AS400. Thank you, everyone. Jason.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Let's give it more. Let me share my stack of slides. All right, good morning, everyone. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Jason Tan. I'm from the IBM Lab Services, based in Malaysia, but basically cover ASEAN. We call it ASEAN 5, which is Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, Vietnam, and also Singapore. Right. So before I start my sessions, I will very much need your cooperations. So basically, I believe everyone has mute your sessions. Right. If you do not like to see what you're wearing or doing, I would appreciate you can also disable your video. Right. And last but not least, so you can silence your mobile so that you are not disturbed during the learning sessions. Right. Now, basically going through what the agenda for today. So you probably see that we start around, now it's slightly late, now it's about 9:50. So we will slightly adjust this timing. So, but more or less, the class will probably end today around 4 or 4:20, somewhere like that. Right. So again, in order for you to plan, because I know some of you are busy or may need to attend to your works related matter. Right, so this is the outline of today's topics that we will cover. Right, so we have the LPAL concept, we have the I series, we call ISS family, which is the formerly client access, right? And we do have some basic security stuff. So basically today's session is pretty much a warm-up session for everyone, whereby we introduce some AS400, what we so-called the IBM I introductions. And tomorrow we will go through in-depth, and also the third day, we'll do a little bit of the, we call scripting or programming, right? Let me just turn off my. Okay. Without shutting down, and list some of the benefit using the partition. Sorry, did I mute myself just now? All right, let's move on. So a little bit introduction of the IBM power system. If you were to recall, back in the 80s, we used to call it System 36, and then moving on to System 38, and then we finally have the first version after System 38 is called the AS400. That was in the late 80s or beginning of 90s, right? So ever since then, IBM had merged the hardware for our AS platform, AS400 hardware together with the we call it Unix platform, and we call it a power system. So basically for IBM I or AS400, we are sharing the same hardware with the AIX and IBM Power Linux family. So we call this a power system family. So for IBM I, as what Mr. Lee explained earlier, we call our IBM OS IBM I instead of OS 400 or something else, or iOS, because Apple has used the iOS as the Apple OS family, right? So now we call the IBM iOS IBM I. So the latest OS we have is actually, if you were to look at sorry, let me see whether I can use my pointer. Right. So we call our IBM iOS now i7.4, which is the latest, right? And of course, we have much earlier version like 6.1, V5R4, and V5R3, which I believe nowadays we have very little customer using it. And on the right-hand side is our current Power 9 machine. Some of you probably may aware that the Power 10 is announcing soon, right? So just a little bit of info. While we are announcing Power 10, you probably know IBM is always 2 steps ahead. So our lab is already beginning. Actually, back in 2018, if you were, some of you are my close friend, you probably know 2018, when I was sent to Austin, IBM Austin Research Plant, to attend the Power 9 AIX and IBM iOS briefing. Back then, we already had Power 10 running and in the testing and stage. Well, we just announced Power 9. We are already testing the Power 10 OS and also Power 10 hardware. So this is the same thing. We are announcing Power 10. So our Power 11 is already on the testing phase, right? So probably you know that Power 9 is very, very powerful. So we announced it in 2018, and now it's coming to the nearly the end of its life cycle, where we have Power 10 coming very soon. Right, so now most of you are probably look at it as Power 9, and which Power 9 is actually very, very powerful, and it's pretty fast as well. Okay, so excuse me. So what is this virtualization technology about? Right, virtualizations is basically mean you run everything on virtual, right, on a piece of physical hardware. For this purpose, we have our Power 9 hardware or Power 8 hardware. If you recall, we started to introduce the virtualization since Power 4, Power 5, back in the year 2004 or somewhere 2005, right? So we have been running virtualization for many, many years. In fact, even since the mainframe era, and this technology has been cascaded down from the mainframes era to the remaining IBM hardware platform. So in a nutshell, there's nothing new. To summarize, I'll go through the list on the left-hand side. So we can run a multiple OS. When we say multiple OS, even the same OS, you can run different version, right? For Power 9, you can probably run V7R3 and V7R4, right? And multiple LPAs, LPA means logical partition. So you can run different operating systems on the same piece of hardware. For instance, you can run an AIX partition on the same hardware that you purchased, a Power Linux partition, and also the IBM I partitions. And what is dynamic LPA? Dynamic LPA means you can dynamically move virtual resource or hardware resources. For instance, you want to move a memory from partition A, or we call a free pool, meaning you have a free unallocated memory pool. You can dynamically add the memory to the IBM I or any other LPA that you're running. And micro partitioning meaning you can run the CPU with fragment of it, meaning in the old days, you need to assign one physical CPU, two physical CPU. Micro partition means you can actually allocate 0.1 CPU to that partition to do a testing, to do a cloud test, and so forth. Similar to the memory as well, right? So you can do micro partitioning with memory and CPU. And virtual CPU, the same concept. You can run many virtual CPU on that partitions. It may not be physically allocated. Example, I can assign 0.4 CPU, and each CPU is just 0.1. So in the OS, you will see 4 CPU, but actually the physical partition, the actual CPU allocation could be 0.1, 0.1, 0.1. This may not serve any purpose, but for multi-thread environment, if you want to test that software capabilities, this is one way to do it, right? Multiple processor share pools. Again, you want to share a pool of let's say a group of 16 processors, and you can actually put them into a share pool, and you can let the system dynamically allocate. So you do not cap the CPU. So what happens is when I assign one, but I have a max processor of 4, when I need more than one and there are 3 CPU available, the system will automatically, pull in the remaining 2 or 3 available CPU. So it's a multiple shared pool processor. And shared dedicated processor, the same thing. You can cap it. You can say, I want to cap my CPU at 1, right? But I can share the remaining that I'm not used to the rest. Okay. SRIOV is the new concept we introduced in Power 7, if I'm not mistaken, right? Whereby you can actually share a fiber Ethernet card to allow multiple partition to use that fiber channel card my SRIOV is actually Ethernet card, sorry, my mistake. NPIV is the fiber channel card. So SRIOV is whereby you can share the virtual Ethernet resources without buying multiple Ethernet card, right? And SMT is where we have the power, starting from Power 4, Power 5. We have SMT of 2, SMT of 4, except for simultaneous multi-threading. So allow the CPU to run multi-thread, and this is very good, especially you have modern, newer technology workload like Java, like all those Python newer workload, not the legacy one, right? So SMT would give you that advantage, especially on database, big data, right? Virtual LAN is where you can share virtual Ethernet adapters among the partition. So if you want to have something called a backbone virtual LAN using memory bus speed, not physically connected, right? So you can have your AIX partition here, connect to your Linux partition, which is running a Linux database, and your AIX could be running your business warehouse. So the reason why you put Linux database is because it's open source, it's free. And AX Partition, you may run all the latest, Java, Python, Perl scripting language. So then in order to have faster communication and memory bandwidth, you can actually create virtual LAN among these two partitions. And the flow of the data between these two partitions do not necessarily need to go out through the physical LAN card, even you have a SRIOV. So you can do a memory-based transmission between Linux partition and AX partition, as well as IBM I partition. And that gives you a very secure backbone at the back. There's no physical LAN card assessment, no physical cable, right? So even you have a hacker that physically come into your data center, this part of the network is no visibility at all. There's no visibility, there's no physical plugin that a hacker can actually plug in the machine and get into this LPAR, right? Of course, we have virtual I/O. Virtual I/O means the I/O process, card and processors, and capacity on demand, enterprise pool. Whereby later we will touch about a little bit about what is this COD enterprise pool and so forth, right? Whereby you have a pool of extra CPU and you can locate them among the different server in your hybrid cloud. It's called the Power Enterprise Pool. And the second line is what we call live partition mobility. This is something very interesting. I believe some of you may have more than 100 partitions in your organization or within the same server. So when you have a new server coming in, let's say you're moving from Power 8 to Power 9, physically moving this 100 over partition from Power 8 to Power 9 will take, quite some time because of the migration. With the live partition mobility, you can actually move this partition without shutting down the server, right? From Power 8 to Power 9 in just less than 30 minutes or less, right? You just say move from the HMC side, you can say move partition A from server 8, Power 8 to Power 9. And the system will move this partition on the thing, and you do not need to even shut down this partition. And that partition will basically freeze everything and then power down at the Power 8 and power up in the Power 9. And for the end users, they will see everything just frozen for a few minutes. Then after that, they can resume where they stopped, right? So this live partition mobility is very interesting. And I did 141 LPARs migration for customers from Power 7 to Power 9 last year back in Singapore. We did 141. But the preparation may take time to happen to move and how to move. But the actual of moving partition is very fast. We can basically move around 14 to 20 partition a day, right? So it depends on how resources and the schedule, right? So of course, we will talk about HMC, right? HMC is hardware management console. We have the newer HMC, which is a virtual HMC, right, which we'll cover a little bit. So from the Power VM perspective, right, we have these two licenses called Standard Edition and Enterprise Edition. So this is what happens when you purchase the IBM Power 9 server or Power 10 server. The sales would configure in the system whether you want a Standard Edition or Enterprise Edition. Standard Edition is where you have a standalone server, you don't have more than one, right? So the system will come with Standard Edition. If you have more than 2 physical servers in the same data center, then you will probably need an Enterprise Edition. Because why you need Enterprise Edition is because if you were to look at this, the bottom last three, Enterprise Edition allow you to do live partition mobility, right? It can do active memory sharing and so forth. So this is the comparison. The rest are pretty standard, whereby you have the virtual I/O. Let me just slow down a bit and recap. So what are the maximum VM you can run on a server? So a maximum virtual machine that you can run on a single server is up to 2,000, but again, subject to how many core you have, right? So you can run up to 2,000 servers. And you can have 2 types of control. One is called HMC, the other is VM control. VM control we'll talk about later on. And VIOS, virtual I/O server. This is not the Toyota VIOS. This is the IBM Power VIOS. And each physical server you can allow to have 2 VLS for hot standby and active failover. And of course, MPIV, I mentioned before, this is allowed to share your fiber channel card and share processors pool, share storage pools. SIOV is for to share your Ethernet and line partition mobility and so forth. So I believe many people know what is a partition, right? Partition is basically you, in a physical hardware or just like a physical cake, you basically cut the cake into 6 small slices or 4 slices based on the cake size. Let's say you have 4 CPU that cake, you can set 1 CPU for each slice. And similarly with memory, I/O, and virtual adapters, right? So basically you can actually cut a server, either physically cut or virtually cut a server into smaller pieces of the server. So on the left-hand side, you can see one rack. This is called a rack-mounted server. This rack server can be virtually or physically representing 3 physical smaller server. Okay, so from 1 to many, basically is a good thing. We used to do it the other way around. We can consolidate maybe 200 of this smaller server into one rack, right? So there are many customers do that because you do not need to buy 200 server, but you just buy one rack and you save space, you save power, you save floor allocation and all this cooling and so forth. So that's one point. Server consolidation is trend, and this is actually by using the partition or virtualization technology. So the previous one is actually we call a physical partition or PPAR, and this is the logical partition. Why logical partition? Meaning we can further scale, or we can scale into a more minor or minute way, meaning that we can actually put one virtual CPU or 0.1 virtual CPU based on resources and create them logically. And you do not need a physical partition, physical hardware to do that. One of the examples is you only have one Ethernet card, but you want to run port partition. So with using either the SIOV card or one virtualization technology via the VIOS, you can actually share that same physical card for all the partition that you created inside the same hardware box, right? The good thing about IBMI is you can actually do hybrid, meaning you can have certain resources you want to have physical partition. For instance, you do not want to compromise your backup speed. So you want to allocate one physical, we call the fiber channel card to the tip drive. So you can allocate that physically instead of sharing, and that gives you a much higher throughput, right? So again, for virtual Ethernet, you do not want to, that is not a big concern for you. Then you can share that Ethernet card without constraining high throughput, right? So basically you can do a hybrid mode of partitioning. Okay, the partition characteristics. So basically what it means is you can have each partition have its own OS. It can be IBM iOS, it can be AIX, it can be Linux, right? Or even VIOS, right? So again, the operating system can have different version as long as it is supported by the same hardware. For instance, Power9, it can run IBM i7 7 4, right? It may not support 7.2, right? So basically you can run these 2 versions of the OS. And each one of the partition have its own console, and each have their own, we call it boot disk or boot resource, right? And again, each of them have their own hard disk, ASPs, and memory pools. And of course, right, since everything is isolated and standalone, they have their own problem logs, performance characteristic, language code, right? You can have one OS running on double byte Chinese OS, and then you can have another one for customer that support regional. Let's say your data center is a regional data center, right? So you may have different OS, different languages running. So you may have Japanese, you may have Chinese, either a Taiwan Chinese, Hong Kong Chinese, or mainland China Chinese, right? And you have their own date and time because of different time zone. So this is a good part of the running, we call partition or virtual resource. Okay. So as I mentioned, the resources get allocated to partition can be your load source I/O, meaning you put this, you need an I/O adapters and this unit. Of course, if you are assigned to the virtual I/O, you do not need that, right? You will basically share the same NP-IV. And of course, you can have physical I/O slot that also including the virtual devices. Again, it can be physical volume on external, virtual volume from external storage. So your processing unit, as I mentioned just now, you can go to micro partitioning, whereby you can allocate 0.1 CPU and memory. Instead of the physical memory, let's say one piece of the DIMM memory is 16 gig, right? Then you can actually allocate 1 gig or 2 gig. So this is virtual. Again, you can have 5250 emulation from IBM I and the console. So below is actually the virtual resources that's shared. So we can share virtual Ethernet, virtual SCSI, virtual serial, and also the fiber channel card, right? And this is how a logical partition resource example. So as I mentioned, you can have up to, this is actually 2466. This has a 8 CPUs physical hardware. So you can have alpha1 allocated with 1 CPU, and the memory, this is assuming this is a 16 gig. So I can have 2 gig of this. You do not need to assign a physical DIMM memory slot. You can actually micro virtualize it. And similarly with the I/O slot, let's say the machine have this amount of physical I/O slot. We can say the first 3 slot I want to give it to alpha1 and so forth. Okay. Yeah, I saw some question posted. We will answer this slightly later because due to the presentation screen on this Zoom, I can't see all the Q&A later. So our friend from CBS will help me to compile it, and I will answer this question in once I finish this presentation. I'll try to answer them. Yeah. So keep this question coming, and we will answer them one by one. Yeah. Right, dynamic partitions, as mentioned. So you can dynamically, meaning that when the system is not down, it's running. So you can actually move resources on the fly. So the resources that can be moved are basically the processor, right, the memory, as well as the I/O. So can be I/O cards and so forth. And the system, similar to the Windows environment last time, we call it plug and play. So in your Mac OS or your Intel's PC, when you plug in a mouse, the system will detect the mouse and instantly locate the drivers and install the mouse, and you can use it without rebooting the OS, right? This is basically what is a dynamic partition about. So we can assign resources on the fly. But do take note, some of the we call app program, or some of the application may not be, we call dynamic resource sensitive or aware. Like for instance, Java, if they lock down the memory, if you shrink the memory, the application may crash because the application do not know that the memory has shrink down. It still think that there are 4 gig of memory. But when you shrink down to 3, when the application try to locate the 4th application memory block, if find it's not there, the system may crash. So do take note that even though the hardware has all this feature, not all software or application support it. So before you do any, we call resource allocation or movement, do take note that and do understand what type of application you're running there. Right. So basically, dynamic alpha to add, remove, and move resource between partition without the need of restarting it. So as I mentioned, resources are CPU, memory, and I/O, right, and also virtual I/O. So resources are reset when moved. So some of the resources will be removed from the hardware, right? So the application, this is the point that I mentioned just now. Application might or may not be DLPA aware, right? So if it's not DLPA aware, that could be an issue. Like for instance, say some of the Java program, they are sensitive to memory. When you shrink the memory, if you allocate more, they will not take more as well, because it's based on the time that you start the OS. So if they are not DLPA aware, then it's no point that you move the memory, right? Still take note of that. So virtual I/O means that instead of the physical slot, you can actually use VIOS to create more virtual I/O slot, and it's actually configurable for all the partition. So once you do it, you configure in the VIOS LPAR, you can instantly see and you can assign this I/O slot to which partition that you want to allow to see, for instance, virtual Ethernet. Right. Later, when we cover that session, we will show you, especially in the HMC session, we will show you how each virtual Ethernet card tie to which LPAR. Right. Then you know how virtual Ethernet works. And you can also have a virtual adapter instance. Right. Basically, these are the four: Ethernet, serial, SCSI, and fiber. And the most that we use are actually Ethernet and fiber channel. Virtual SCSI, we do use that in the old days, whereby VIOS, have allocated all the hard disks, and it allocate virtual SCSI disk to the IBM-I or the AX portion. But due to performance reasons and overhead, right? So these two are much lesser used nowadays and hardly being used. And most of the time is the one that we use are the first one, Ethernet and fiber channel. Right. Again, as I said, these resources can be dynamically removed, right? Add and remove. Now, this is where the journey towards we call cloud computing or hybrid cloud computing in your organization. If you were to wanted to have more dynamic controls and ease of management and so forth, especially when it comes to migration, customers are gradually and moving to we call the virtualization mode. Instead of having physical hard disk, physical I/O slot, most customers now create VIOS, and they let the VIOS have everything. And they are moving towards the virtualization, a full virtualization mode, meaning even the hard disk, they are running on the SAN fabric instead of physical hard disk, right? Then this allowed the customer to do something called a dynamic or live partition move. So when you have a new machine coming, let's say power 9, you skip, you go straight to power 10, right? So what you can do is you can actually move those partition on the fly without shutting it down. And that gives you save you a lot of time to do migration. I believe the migration will probably take 24 to 48 hours from from one hardware platform to another platform. But if you have dynamic, we call live partition mobility, LPM, basically that thing can be done in a very short timing. As I mentioned, my customer do it every 30 minutes for one partition, and we move 141 partition in a very short timing, right? Okay, in the old IBM's AS400, we need to have something called I/O processor. The I/O processor is where it offloads. In the early days, the IBM machine do not tend to have faster clock speed, very powerful processor. So when we first launched the AS400 back in 1989, the AS400B model, our processor clock speed was just merely a 46 megahertz, not even a gigahertz CPU, right? So how do we handle few hundred users, right? So we have something called a communication processor, and then only the adapters. So all this what is being shared or offload to a smaller processor. So back then in the AS400 when we first launched, a simple small IBM or AS400 machine has more than 200 I/O processor, meaning in a way, other than the main processor, the system have 200 sub-processors actually handling different things. So we have a disk I/O processor, we have a communication I/O processor, we have a printer I/O processor, and so forth, and so on and so forth. So back in the early days, there is a lot of I/O processor inside the system. And when technology progressed, so the latest adapters is being slowly, gradually evolved. So you can see it has evolved to a point where IOA can actually handling the IOP functionality. So since Power 5 onwards, we gradually move towards an IOP-less environment. So that's where IBM-I is getting cheaper and cheaper compared to others. You will notice last time you need to buy a 2944 or different type of IO processor which costs you 50,000 and so forth. Now you do not need that anymore, and that has significantly drive down the AS400 price, and to a point that now we share the same hardware price as our AIs and Linux, right? So that in a way is very good for the customer here that run AS400. So avoiding the cost of IOP, right? So because that we have drive down our cost. And so from Power 8 and onwards, Power 8 onwards, there is no more IOP supported on the hardware itself. So basically, in a way, IBM I is fully get rid of the IOP's requirements. So if you recall when we first launched Power4, when we first launched the virtual partitions, there is a controlling IOPA required. So it's just since Power 5 onwards, we do not need the requirement of a primary partition. This is a little bit of history. So for a lot of you that use IBM starting from Power 7, Power 8, or Power 6, you probably do not aware that in the old days, we do require primary partitions, right? So all LPA now is being managed by HMC. Oh, by the way, the primary partition is actually being replaced by or handled by HMC. And with the newest addition, we call Novaling. We'll touch a little bit of Novaling as well. This is for the hybrid cloud and public cloud management. So again, we have progress. So now, gradually you can see Power 8, Power 9, and Power 10. All these IBM servers is moving towards the cloud capabilities, right? Again, coming back to IBM I partition, all the IBM I must be 7.1 or greater, right? And again, we say simple migration process, because when you virtualize this stuff, things are getting more easier. You cannot move everything at one go. You can move them. You can upgrade your server by storage. You can upgrade your OS and so forth by individual partition, and you can even test it on different. When you buy a Power 9, right? If you are on the virtual storage, you can map it on the Power 9, and then you can bring it up. Then basically, you do not need to migrate the data, OS, everything. You can just straight away start it on the Power 9 and use it. So basically, all these are simple migration process. Of course, these are something about benefit using partition. As we said, you have shared resources, you have pool resources. So basically, you can move CPU, RAM dynamically, right? You can share the hard disk, you can share the backup devices, and consolidations. Basically, you consolidate the hardware, the floor space, software license, and so on and so forth, right? So typically in the old days, we did studies before during the server consolidation. So in the old days, one administrator can probably manage 40 physical server. It is the best, most efficient way that he managed 40 servers at any one go. But with the virtualization and newer technology, now any administrators or we call infrastructures administrator can easily manage more than 200 LPAs or partitions at any one time, which they can still closely monitor their OS, their fixes, the availability and so forth, right? So application isolation, again, because if you recall in the old days, we have this container, or we have something called a WPAR, so forth, that you run the same OS, but you run different, you partition into application level. So when you upgrade the OS or there is something crash, the whole thing crash, right? So if you're running LPAR, you can separate this workload. One LPAR crash, it doesn't affect the remaining LPAR. So same thing, you guarantee the resources, right, with the cap and uncapped. So you basically do not interfere the performance. Of course, data integrity, because you're not longer sharing the OS. If anyone accidentally change the user profile, the security level, right, things are not affected the other side as well. So yeah, you can merge production, test environment, UAT environment, and so forth under the same piece of hardware. This is very much cloud-based, right? So when virtualization is in place, you're ready for the cloud. So again, ability to have virtualization, Ethernet I/O, and so forth, and shared processor resources. Right. So if you need to know more about LPAR, right? So we do have two classes that available. You can study them now. We actually allow, I think we have more online classes now. So this part, I believe it can be attend online as well. So the AS5 EG is where Power VM on IBM I. right? It gives you in-depth of how do you do alpha planning and how do you configure it. HMC management, HMC again, we have evolved, we have physical HMC and we have virtual HMC. So you can actually now run a HMC on your Windows PC. Okay. So again, this class is very useful for HMC. Okay, I think I skipped this one. Basically, it's just talk about a recap or review of what you have just heard, right? Because we are not on interactive. So I'll just skip this one. Okay, before I take on, let me see whether is there any questions. Wow, there's a lot of questions. Let me try to answer this question first before I go to the next slide. Right, I saw a question in regard to the multi-processor share pool, meaning it will be dynamic reassign reclaim the CPU where there is a need for the particular LPAR, and where this to be managed by WI workload management HMC. Yeah, the simple answer is yes. You can dynamically move them and the resources will be free up. But some of the OS examples, IBM I, if you virtually remove a IO slot, the system move that IO slot away. But inside there, you will still see in the if you use the start SSD, you will see a series of a list of we call unreported hardware, right? Whereby you need to use the start SSD to clear those unreported hardware. Okay. Yes, the hardware and software is dynamically reassigned, no problem. But to reclaim that, you need to remove it, right? But for CPU and memory, no, you do not need to. Okay. The second question: during the dynamic reassign reclaim, what will be the lag time before it can be reassigned? Again, it's subject to CPU and RAM. Is almost instantaneous, right? But for hardware, it will be recognized quite fast as well. For let's say, for instance, a tape drive, right? You will see it almost instantaneously. Okay, noted. But I'm trying to answer these 8 questions before I start the next one. Yeah. What will be the minimum max and min and max of CPU swing? Again, it's subject to your alpha profile setup. So the minimum CPU allocation is 0.1. The maximum is up to the physical hardware CPU that you have. And again, you can actually cap it in the alpha profile. You can say this alpha, I need to have a minimum of 1 CPU and a maximum of 4 CPU, even though you have 16. The maximum you can move to that alpha is the cap of that maximum CPU of that alpha profile, right? Can we do stagger reclaim instead? You can do whatever claim you need to based on the time and as and when you feel comfortable. Will it cause any choke to the LPAR when the CPU resource reclaim? CPU, no. When you say choke, yes. It depends again. If your system is not running anything extremely busy and you reduce the CPU, there's no problem. But when your system is extremely busy and you try to reduce the CPU or RAM, of course, the system, you will see the system is getting slower and the response is getting slower, right? But if you are moving a system that do not have any resource issue, let's say a 4 CPU allocation and system is using 10%, you can dynamically, the system can also dynamically, automatically move those unused resources to another alpha. Okay. Is there any immediate soft orderly OS shutdown instead of hard stop or the on and off shutdown? Hold on, let me just see. Okay. Number 7, during the CPU contention period, how the CPU location for the LPAR, for all the LPAR, based on their defined entitlement, initial allocation. Okay, question number 7. During a CPU contention period, again, in the LPAR profile setup, there is a profile we call a priority. So if I'm not mistaken, the priority profile is set at 127 or something like that. So each one is equal, but you can actually set certain alpha profile has, just like we change our run priority. So you can set it to lower so that this pool of CPU will flow to those higher priority, right? And the remaining will be the same, meaning that those that do not have or those that have the same level, they will share among based on the requirement. Based on what you say, they are defined entitlement and initial allocation. Can we dedicate alpha to be managed by WLM via HMC? And which alpha not to be managed, but has to be secure and guaranteed for CPU resources? Again, the dedicated alpha managed by WLM. You can do that, but you need to do something called a customized script, right? We do have customer do that. It's not the standard way of doing it. Yes, you need to have something called a customized scripting to actually manage those LPARs that you want to manage and not to manage. There is a there is a sample script on the internet. You can Google it and you can actually do that. Right, for customer that actually have other outside managements that whereby they integrate to a HMC, they can actually manage that based on the triggering, CPU triggering and memory triggering. Okay. What? Okay, let me just skip that. Is there any immediate soft orderly OS shutdown instead of the hard stop on the on-off button? Well, I assume that when you issue this command from the HMC console, power down system, that is the soft orderly shutdown. Right, of course, you can also, from the HMC, you can do a hard OS shutdown, whereby you shut down the LPAR and you force the entire OS to shut down. But actually, that shutdown also is actually a power down system, but just like immediate. It's not under control, right? Okay, for question number 9, I'll come back to you. I need to figure out the CFIA, right? During the number 10, during the physical IO slot installation activation, is it a concurrent process with dynamic activation? I'm not really sure about this question, what I'm trying to ask, because when you do the physical IO slot installation, basically during the profile creation, you allocate which physical slot that you want to allocate for the LPAR, right? After that, you can still do the physical IO slot move from one physical to another. So it can be dynamic and it's not an issue, right? So basically when we move that physical IO slot, most of the time we move the, we call the fiber channel slot, or we move the Ethernet card. So this thing can be moved during the allocation as also dynamically. It doesn't make any difference. Okay. Okay, the question 11. Will HMC able to do a schedule reassign claim instead of solely depend on the CPU utilization? Again, as I said, there is a possible way to do it, but you need to do it via scripting. Um, the current HMC will not able to do any scheduling process at this moment. Right? All right, let me move on. I think I have answered most of it. If not, then later just remind me. We proceed with the next slide. Okay, so now we are going to touch on the console option and HMC overview, right? Again, some of the question has been asked just now, so we'll try to see whether this topic cover the question that you posed just now, right? So we will discuss about the options of different console for IBM I, and about the concept of HMC and different HMC model, and also the new thing called the virtual HMC appliance, and difference between IBM and HMC. Right, for IBM I customer, this is hardly applicable because most of the time we have a physical HMC there, right? This for customer that do not have a HMC, then you will have to use the IBM. So this is an overview of how HMC is being connected. You can have something called a HMC hardware management console, or you can use the old way called the LAN console. If this is one physical box, there's no LPAR, right? And there are still customers that use the IBM I as one complete box without any partitioning. So if you do not have that, you can actually avoid the use of HMC. You can use a LAN console, and yet you can have the console mode in something called a LAN console. So basically, you do not need to spend that. If I'm not mistaken, the HMC costs about around RM23 or 20 over thousand, could be 16,000 nowadays. So you can skip or save that cost just using the call the LAN console, right? So a little bit of HMC introduction. So we package the HMC. It's actually a Intel PC, right? So it run on the Intel platform. If you were to notice it, if you look at the HMC carefully in your data center, you notice it used to be the IBM our X series server, one U form factor, right? But now we have a new packaging, so you can run on either x86 Intel platform or a Power architecture, right? So we actually ship the new one with the Power PC chip inside the HMC. Right? So it's also available in so basically the HMC now is available on x86 and Power. So what happened in the HMC applications are it basically manage your server partition, right? It also manage your IBM I LIC code, and also the FSP code. This is here. License internal code via the FSP, a flexible service processor. So of course, HMC has its own user ID and profile and its configuration, which is the alpha configuration and service application, right? And HMC itself has this hardware information center. So some of the code, like the LIC code, or we call the SRC code, when you click on it, actually it will prompt you to a hardware information center and tell you what are the error codes about. Okay, so this is a newer IBM hierarchy, as I mentioned. This chart is new. If you attend this course before, this is a new chart. On the left-hand side here is we call the traditional Power VM HMC architecture. So in the bottom, if you notice that this is the bottom part is actually our traditional requisite. We have the power hardware, we have the FSP, right? And then on the left here, this is our special version. We call the Linux version. That we have slightly different packaging. We have the all-power, we have the Linux and Noma, and uses the Linux KVM instead of the Power VM to manage it. Again, how it interfaces through the Power VC, Power Virtualization, and also OpenStack. These are all new piece of things that under the cloud, IBM Cloud Management. So coming back to the bottom here, you can see HMC1, HMC2, right? Managing the physical piece of hardware under the Power VM, whereby you can run Linux. You can have we call the little endian and big endian, VROS, and then underneath it have the PHYP, which is the Python stuff, and also we have the FSP. So this thing can further instead of the Power VC, right? This software it come bundled together. It's no additional charge, right? We call the Nova Link, IBM Nova Link architecture. And you can actually use this Linux interface instead of the HMC interface. This is a new interface called the Nova Link. So you can actually use this to manage all your LPAR. And that enable you or prepare you to the next level, the IBM Cloud Power VC Manager, Power VC Adapters. And this is where these are the newer stuff that it will be covered under our newer education syllabus. These are certainly new. Whatever in the bottom here are what we are doing, what we are covering in this education. But what we're trying to tell you, these are the newer steps that enable you and prepare you for the cloud, hybrid cloud management. So on the right hand side, Power VM modeling. So this is the newer version of Power, as I said, the Power VM modeling architecture. Again, this is something that you do not use the, it's kind of like a summarize on the lab, whereby you use the virtual manager, Power VC, and the cloud manager to manage your, this is a full Linux server, and this is the IBM Power server. And basically, it's just further summarized into a simple chart. But the key point here is actually Novalink. Novalink is a new bundled software. It's a Linux. It can be run on Red Hat Linux as well as Ubuntu, right? It's actually an application that you can install and run on it. And we have a YouTube channel that show you how to install and how you manage it as well. So for customers that wanted to play a little bit and explore a little bit more about this new IBM hybrid cloud features, I encourage you to actually enroll to the IBM class, as well as after the class you probably play around with it, get yourself familiar. Then you can actually deploy this new implementation into your cloud and get ready for the future IBM cloud integration. So we're coming back to that was just a little bit of the new thing, Novalink. So now come back to the legacy of what we have for Power 8, Power 9, and all this while, HMC. So IBM introduced HMC starting from Power 5, actually since Power 4 and Power 5 onwards, right? So it's nothing new. So basically what HMC is actually controlling the hardware so that you can create LPAR profile, your partition, your location, right? And it's also manage the physical hardware stack, whereby if you need certain firmware update and so forth, so HMC will be able to do that for you. And coming back to the bottom, let me just find that again. So the HMC manage the partitions when it's active, right? When it's not active, you basically create or manage the LPAR profile. You can dynamically move the CPU and RAM if it's active, right? And it also communicate with the service processor. So again, on the right-hand side, the virtual server consists of different elements, right? Processor, memory slot, and some part of the hypervisor. And there's another one called ASMI. We call Advanced System Management. Now, ASMI is very interesting. It can be used without the HMC, right? But of course, HMC can come to here directly as well. And when we use this, for me, I use this when I want to overclock. The IBM power system is a very interesting part. If you're a PC guy, if you're a gamer, you probably overclock your CPU so that you run faster. You can do something more powerful. As and when you need to have the turbo kicks in, right? So this is where you come into the servers and you enable the overclocking. Of course, there are more things here. You can do system name and all this services stuff, right? Not only doing the overclocking stuff. So of course, it can also monitor. It has all the information required, like the hardware, temperatures, and so forth, and how you want to control the fan. The IBM or the power system fans can be controlled, or it can actually dynamically adjust based on the temperature sensors. And those are the settings that you come here and you come to this part of the control and you set it up here. Right. So again, you can access the ASMI, right, without going through the HMC, but most customers do not need to do it. This is for IBM engineers or our CBS custom engineers, whereby if the HMC is not we call available, or a new server, the HMC is not available and you want to run the hardware. So you can come into the SMI and still do that called configuration and management. Right. So here is a summary of what is happening on the power system management. So you can manage the hardware via these three available options. What is called the advanced system management, ASMI. So the system there's no LPAR. Basically you can use the ASMI and also we call the LAN console to manage it. Right. But if the system has LPAR and you want to have a full control of it, then a rack mount HMC is recommended. Right. So this is the bottom here, you feel that this is a 1U HMC. That is a hardware base. It can be now available on the x86 and also a power option. So you have full control of everything, right? And you can have redundant HMC. In case one HMC is not available, or then you can have another one to take over. Examples like you may have an older version of HMC when you have a newer version. So you can have two HMC running and then gradually retire the old one. Right? And the virtual HMC is a new latest addition. We introduced this in 2018. So whereby it's a software now. So you can install this software on any of the PCs. It's a Java version actually. So you can actually have a virtual HMC running outside without the physical appliances, right? So it's a ISO image. If you look at the bottom, so it has this. So you can run it on any VM server, even on a VMware or KVM. Okay. So again, these are the product code on the right hand side. If you are you want to buy a rack mounted HMC, a physical hardware, this is a part number we call 7063CR1. And if you decided you do not want to buy a physical HMC, right, or you want to have an additional HMC installed on your VM, so you can actually buy the virtual HMC. We have two different code. One is we call the HMW, which stands for Windows, and HMP stands for power. Okay. So again, to refresh, we say we have the power phase CR1 as well as a x86, and we have the virtual HMC, as I mentioned. We basically support these three options at the bottom. You can have two physical HMC, one or two, managing your system, primary and secondary. Or you can have one physical HMC with one virtual HMC. Again, these are redundant as well. Or you can have two of these fully running virtual HMC. So basically, all these three mode of options are supported to manage your IBM Power 8, Power 9 hardware. Okay. This is a little bit of hardware option, which I think is if you're very interested in the hardware, you can refer to this chart here. As you mentioned, we have one is the Windows x86 version, and the other one is the Power 8 version, right? So this is a rack-mounted HMC version, right? And this comes with all these hardware details. Okay. So a little bit of recap of HMC functions. Basically, as mentioned, you can do the hardware management or configuration. Basically, LPAR profile management. Operation management, the same thing. You can power down the LPAR, and you can look at that LPAR particular log, error code. And then change management, basically remove the resources, right? Problem management, again, as mentioned, you can look at the physical hardware, the FSP, all this physical problem, the tension light. And service management, if you decided to physically move a card or physically add in a new card to the system, then the service management is where the engineers, mostly is handled and used by the engineers. They can do the service management properly. So this go back to the first option, whereby you manage the COD, right? Basically, you can activate, assuming the system comes with 16 processor and currently buy only 4. So you have additional 12 CPU that's not activated. So as and when, along the way, you think you need more CPU, then you can go to IBM and say, hey, IBM, I would like to activate one more CPU. Then IBM will give you a key, a CPU activation key. And how the IBM can return to you is very easy. We just give you a key and you go to the HMC, especially at the AS400 level, you can actually activate that processor or memory, right? So basically, nowadays, your system comes with more than what you purchased, right? Most of the time, if you buy a phone, it's probably come with 16 or 12 CPU. If you buy a 8 gigs memory, the system will probably come with 16 gig and so forth. So you will always have standby processor and memories. As and when you need it, you can activate them. Capacity upgrade on demand is quite similar to what you have here. You can permanently activate one or more inactive core memory, right? Again, this is from the IBM perspective. You can actually do this dynamically, right? So the activation of permanent is we call could be stagnant. Basically, you can actually physically upgrade that, right? And this one is dynamic. Basically, the system comes in demand, right? Again, another one that let's say mentioned just now, the system we have more additional. We have all standby CPU and memory, and you say, okay, I want to try it for my DR or for my new project. I have a new workload coming in. Then you call IBM. IBM, can you activate more memory or more CPU for me to try it out? So the system comes with a no charge 30 days activation for processor and CPU. So you can call up IBM and try out 30 CPU days testing, right? Elastic, the same thing is in the sales code. So it's the ability to activate processor and memory temporarily. So you can buy 45 days or buy a 1 day, 2 days CPU activation. This one is chargeable, right? So we call it elastic, meaning that you are not activating them permanently, but you buy them on a 1 day, 2 day basis, right? Utility COD. What it means is you do not know how many days you need. So you call IBM, say, hey, I want to activate two or three CPU until I do not want to use it. So what IBM do is IBM will come in and see how many CPU you use or how many memory you use, and IBM will charge you based on the actual consumption, right? So this is a utility based, similar to your electricity, right? How IBM bill you. So the ability to cover unpredicted shock looks like. Okay? Power enterprise pool. What it means is you have more than one hardware or more than one Power 8 or Power 9 server, and you have dynamic, we call it partition mobility. So you can have server 1, you have used up maybe 80% of CPU and memory, and server 2, you use up only 50%. So whatever remaining, you can actually freely move that partition from server 1 to server 2 and use up all these CPU and memory, and which you pre-allocated or pre-buy, and you call it an enterprise pool. And you can freely move them as long as you're not exceeding the CPU usage or utilization under the Power Enterprise Pool specification. You do not violate any call the violation of exceeding the CPU and thing. There will be no charge on you, right? So this is a very flexible way of moving resources between your enterprise server farm. Okay. Okay, this is talk about HMC education. So if you like to know or learn more, you can attend this course called OL52G, right? It's a 2 days course that whereby we go in depth on how do you install the virtual HMC, how do you manage and run the HMC, and what are the scripts that you can expose to your external management software, especially CPU utilization and memory, that you can dynamically adjust the CPU allocation and so forth. So these are the good course that you should consider. Okay, let me just skip this one. Okay, let me look at the question now. Yeah. Okay, there is a question on can we have two physical HMC? The answer is yes, right? You can have both HMC accessing as long as network wise they are physically connected, they can see each other. So you can have two HMC, right? And both HMC connected to both production and PR. Again, it's the same thing. As long as the network is a single level, the same network only, they can be seeing each other. I think I already have answered this one. Can we have two physical HMC and multiple virtual HMC? Yes, it means. The TCOD is based on the duration. So the minimum quantum is 1 day. So even you turn it for 1 minute, 1 second, we still consider 1 day, right? Okay, I think the question 4, other than TCOD, I think you have to refer to the slide just now. Those are the list of the COD that's available. Right, I can't remember every one of it, but basically we have the enterprise pool COD. Again, it depends on the environment. Our business partner and IBM will be able to advise what is the best option for you. It can be a hybrid export as well. All right. All right. Let me see. Shall we take a 10-minute break now? I think the time now is 11. Shall we take a 10 minutes bio break and then we come back 11:10? Chimpans and guys from CBS, how you want to play the screen? Do you want to put back to music or how? Or you want to remain it? Okay, sure, I'll show you the COD slide again.
This one we can turn on the music.
You can. Let me show the slide again. 15 minutes.
You just show some slide or else we will show running slide.
No. There was a request to show the COD. Let me go back to that.
Better show the slide.
Yeah, I believe you are referring to this one, COD. Yeah. So basically, these are the 6 available. Actually, number 1 is hardly, it's just a terminology called these features. But the real usage is actually COD, COD, elastic, utility, and power enterprise. So in operation mode, most of the time we call it COD, right? In request to IBM, you can actually ask IBM for a try COD, right? Elastic COD is where you need special arrangement with IBM, saying that I wanted to use it as a billing method, right? So if I use one, I can shut it down for the next day based on project requirement, right? I can off it, and then the next day I use it for the remaining. So IBM may probably come in a monthly basis and check from this day to this day, let's say 1st of October to 30th October, how many CPU days or memory you have used, and IBM will bill you accordingly based on the actual usage. As we mentioned, the minimum quantum is 1 day. Even you activate for 1 second or 1 minute, IBM will still charge you one single CPU day, right? That is for the classic on utility. And enterprise pool is where you have already purchased upfront a pool of CPU for a group of servers. Then you put them into the enterprise pool and then you use it as and when you need it. So you don't care, the CPU activation is not tied to the server anymore. Just give me a second because I can't see the question if I'm on screen sharing. So I just disable. Our enterprise pool, does it require license or in the P9 system? The enterprise pool require, during the upfront purchase, you need to select that, right? It's not standard. Which one is the one in lifetime TCOD? The lifetime one is we call the COD or CUOD, right? Whereby you can permanently purchase, and 30 days is a try COD, right? 30 CPU days. Now, this is a very interesting thing. When we say 30 days, right? If you activate one CPU, that CPU can be used for 30 CPU days. If you activate 30 standby CPU at one go, you can only use it for 1 day only. All right. So we normally call it the CPU days. Okay. I think we go for a short break now, right? Probably CBS guy can play some music or go back to your slide.
Yeah.
Then we resume, shall we say 11:50? Now it's 11:05.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Right, over to you. Oh, welcome back, everyone. Can we start now? Yeah, let's begin. So for this topics, we will basically look at how we use the HMC to create an alpha profile, right? Sorry. And the unit is basically looking at how dynamically can we change the partition parameters like CPU, basically it's moving alpha profile, physical and virtual resources. And how do we set up a virtual Ethernet and then assign them to between different partitions? And also explain how the basic server and partition operation, like how do you shut it down, how do you bring it up, and basically, and how do you move resources, okay? All right, dynamic logical partition. So we will look at how do we, first thing is to look at the alpha profile, or we call a partition profile. So for some of you that had actually have the privilege or chances to touch the HMC, right, this is a snapshot of one of the, we call the tabs of the HMC. So let me just jump a little bit. So you can actually use a remote HMC by just keying in the browser. For this sample case, you look at the top. Let me just bring up my pointer. excuse me. So on the browser tab, you're using a Mozilla Firefox browser, and then you basically key in the HMC IP address. That's allow you to go through the firewall and allow you to access it outside the data center. And once you get that up, you will see this is this tab will appear. Basically, later on I will show you again. You will see some tab, but this is one of the tab that we manage the profile. A profile called default profile, and the partition name is called CLP INT TIG, which is a long name, right? And the partition ID is 6. So this is a profile that you can actually click into it and see what's happening, right? So you basically can have a profile with default profile, a profile name, and the system name, right? And next, what you can see if you were to go back here, the first tab on the top is actually called General Profile, it's Overview. The second tab is called Processor. So when you have this profile by the name of CLP INTIG, right? What is the processor is being assigned? Is a shared processor or dedicated? Dedicated means you assign dedicated and not shared, and it will be permanently there, right? In order to change it, you have to IP out the system, right? To change it. So shared processor can be assigned dynamically, right? So look at the system unit, processing unit. You have the system comes with 24 CPU. And just now there was a question asked, what are the minimum and maximum and what is the assign? So what happened is you are assigning, you set the alpha profile, this alpha profile with the minimum of 0.4 CPU and a maximum of 1 physical shared CPU, right? And the desire is what you allocated now. What are you going to let the system start running? You let it start running at 0.4, which is a minimum, all right? So again, the virtual processors profile minimum virtual processor 2, desire 2, and maximum 2. So even though you assign physically 1, right, the system will see always there are two CPU. So when you work system activities, you will see that the system actually shows 2 CPU, even though you assign 0.4 and maximum up to 1. The 1 CPU will be sliced into 0.5, 0.5 each, right? So again, how do you get the CPU allocation? Let's say CPUs are not using and system is coming in. So when I said sharing mode uncapped, wait, 128, this is where the run priority. That's why I say 127 is wrong. It's 128 default value. So when almost every alpha profile will be defaulted at 128. So basically they share or fight the available resources equally, right? So coming back here, so basically this is how you define and you allocate the CPU, right? And the next tab is actually memory. Memory has share the same basic of operation. So you can see that the system installed memory is I think it's 1.4 terabyte or something like that, right? So basically you can have the maximum, minimum, and desire memory that you want to allocate. So you can go with the minimum scale of megabyte and also a gigabyte. So for this case, the setup is 8 gigabyte and you cannot have more. Minimum 8, desire 8, and maximum 8. Meaning you cannot dynamically move anything because the 8 is actually kept there, right? So you can't reduce as well because you said minimum 8, I can't even move it. So basically you kept this thing at 8. You can't do any addition or subtractions from the alpha, right? Now the third tab is called I/O. This is where you assign whatever available on the hardware. If the hardware comes with numerics, for this case, you can see that 8 gigabyte. Let me just point the pointer here. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? 2, 4, 5. 5 PCI fiber channel adapters. These are the fiber channel adapter. It's an 8 GB fiber channel adapter, and they are being positioned in. This is a physical hardware slot, so you can see that they are on C5, C6, C7, C8, C9. So you can assign them to different LPAR. So for this LPAR profile, it's basically assign 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fiber channel adapter card to this LPAR profile. At the same time, it also allocated 2 Ethernet card. You can see on another drawer, you have C4 and C5 whereby you have two Ethernet card that say for PCI 10/100/1000 Mbps Ethernet UDP with two port each. So this is what's being assigned to the system, right? And and you can see on the next here on the right hand side. So other than I/O, I can also assign virtual adapters. So these other virtual adapters belong to, normally if you have a VIOS, a VIOS can actually create virtual Ethernet adapter, virtual SCSI adapters. So basically you can look at it, Ethernet adapters, client SCSI adapters, and these are the one that if you have VIOS, you can actually do it. If you do not have it, then what you can do is you can actually have something called virtual Ethernet adapters only, right? Now, for dynamic partition, as we said, how do you move them? So on the right hand side is actually a server. If this is where when you first go into the browser using a Mozilla Firefox or Internet Explorer, you key in we call the HMC address. The first thing that pops up is actually we call the dashboard view. They are classic view and they are the new dashboard view. So basically these are the alpha profile names. The partition, if you click on system action, the partitions, it will show you that this system has 29 partition on the left hand side here. And these are the list of the partition name. So remember just how we were looking at this CLPINTIG alpha profile, right? So the partition status is showing is running now and the alpha profile ID is number 6, right? The attention light is off. Everything is running normal here. Okay. So from here, if you were to right click that alpha profile, CLP, it will bring you to the next one here, which is where the partition processor, right? So in this partition, you can see that you can click on the processor tab on the right hand side, and straight away the right screen here, this screen will pop out the processor. And from here, if you remember just now when we specify the alpha profile for minimum, maximum, and virtual processor, and this is where it pops out. The maximum, minimum, the maximum is 2, allocated 2, and then the minimum is 2, right? And the processing unit now, maximum 1, allocated 0.4, and maximum 0.4, right? So that is the virtual, and that is the other one is the physical, right? So this is where you can move this sliding bar up and down to move the processor. Okay? And similarly, when we point to the left-hand side tab on memory, the same thing. Your memory will come up, and then you will see the install memory, available memory. Available means they are not consumed, right? And because your memory allocation of 8 GB has been capped at 8, so for this case, you cannot move the memory. But if you are not capped or minimum, you do not cap at maximum of 8, you in your alpha profile you set at 16. You can actually move this sliding bar here, and you can move up to maximum of 16, or you can move it down. If your minimum set to 1, you can move it down all the way to 1, right? So this is how you can actually dynamically allocate the resources based on what is available, the free up resources here, available memory, okay? And now we come to physical adapter. Mentioned to you before, you can dynamically add, but to remove, now it's a bit of dangerous, right? If you simply allow your system administrator to move and add and remove without proper control, sometimes the person does not know whether this can be removed safely or not, right? So they do have certain control in this tab. So when we come to the tab called physical I/O adapters, so we can actually add adapters based on the unconsumed. If you know physically, you have to go to the hardware box and you can see what's available. And of course, the list will show as well. So you can add whatever not consumed or not allocate to others hardware, and you can allocate them here using the add adapters, and this list will pop out. Okay. So from there, you can actually same thing. You can create also virtual adapters. I mentioned the virtual adapter for Ethernet, right? You can do that if you do not have a VIO. You can create a trunk adapters, and you can create this one, and you can say I want to communicate between which alpha and alpha 1 and alpha 2. So I can create a trunk adapter called Ethernet 0, and trunk priority 1, right? So let's move on and show you later on. And under the advanced tab, under the virtual adapters, right? So you can say the virtual adapter ID is 32, right? You can name it, right? And then, of course, you can customize your MAC address if you want to, right? Of course, but you can use the default. The system will generate randomly for you. And once you create that virtual adapters, right? What happened is actually you go to the IBM I hardware profile or your work hardware resource, you will see that there is a new virtual adapter by the name of 268C pops up. So this is the new LAN adapters that you can actually use it, configure it, all right, to talk to your internal, because this is being created for internal. You may not have a physical hardware. This is not a physical hardware, right? Okay. So the next one is actually how do you service your, you look at your alpha profile and what are the services log that's coming. So for instance, if I were to, again, shrink down all the tab and I use the last one, serviceability, right, tab here, then you can see all the boot up code. So when we IPL the system, you can see all these, we call SRC code running, right? So those are the code that when you IPL the system, this code will all pops up. And when you click on this code, as we mentioned to you, the HMC have the online information center being installed in, right? So when you click on these numbers, it will show you what is the detailed explanation, whether IPL and what mode, the IPL is now doing the LIC or doing the system security check and so forth, right? Okay. Again, if you go to the other portion of this called task log and the SRC code, I mentioned to you, SRC code can be viewed here. And you can also, in the serviceability tab, if you are the engineers of the IBM, you can actually using as we call a control panel function. If you were from the old days for AS400, all those before the LPAR era, you can actually turn on the dedicated code, or we call ASC mode, by pressing the 21, the key, roll up to roll down, that you can actually activate the key 21. We will prompt out we call the DSC mode, okay? So this is where you reset your, I should not tell too much, but this is one way that you reset the system password, okay? So this is where it comes to, that you can reset your LPAR password, LPAR profile control password, okay? And now this is where you can manage your system power on and power off. This is where the hard way, meaning the hard reset. So here, when you come to this LPAR profile, and you can right click on this one, this box will pop up. And when you click on view all actions, you click on here, and the third box will pop up. And one of the options is actually you can do the power off and power on. And you can do the schedule operations, what time the system should be up and running, right? As well as you can turn off the attention light. Most of the time, when we come down here, when we see the attention light on sometimes, occasionally. So you do not want that light. If the problem has been resolved, you can actually turn off the attention light, or you can test the attention light, right? So again, you can power off the system, right? So if this is the running partition, recommend you shut down the partition before you come here and do a hard reset, right? So you can power down that, and then only then you shut down the LPAR profile. Right, again, after you power off, you can actually come and power up the system, right? And the power on option is very interesting. If you are engineers, this is a new LPAR profile, you can power up the system from the LIC using a DVD or a USB drive, right? Or you can do a remote IP, using the we call the remote network IPL. So basically, this power option, we always come in normal or D, right? So the normal is where you just bring up the system normally. D, you bring up the system from the we call the LIC mode. Okay? Now, what is the system status in this LPAR profile? Now, this is looking at if you're managing, if this HMC, I mentioned to you before, the HMC can manage not only one hardware. So for this incident, this scenario here, the HMC is managing a Power 750 power machine, right? It can manage more than many, right? So it's not only one machine and this serial number. So this machine is up and running, right? But you can double click this one and then it will bring you down to all the alpha profile like before, like here, right? These are all the now at the back you can see this HMC actually have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's managing 5 physical server. So this is one of it. So the HMC show the service processor power on. When you say no connection, means the HMC is physically when the server may be physically powered off, physically on this hardware, then they say no connection, or the server cannot allocate it. Network-wise, it may not, the hub, the Ethernet network may not connect it properly or didn't connect, so it will say no connection. Pending authentication, when the HMC is connected to a physical hardware, it will have a we call authentication, service processor password. It will just give it in and then if it's passed, you will get everything normal. Otherwise, you will say fail authentication. So the service processor password incorrect and this HMC cannot manage that physical hardware, right? Error. So there is a hardware error on the hardware or operating system or down. So next slide will show you the status of this system status. So if the system is power on, you will say initializing, meaning the system is IPOing. Standby is ready. Operating means it's fully operation. Power off is off, error, right? On demand recovery, incomplete. And these are the status on this system state. Okay, that will show up on this any physical server that the HMC is connecting and managing. All right. So coming back to partition task again. So how do you, this is again showing how to manage a task partition. And if you were to go back to here in the HMC main list, and this is already zoomed down to one particular server called POK PVC prop1 with the serial number of this one. And under here, there are many partitions created. So you can see these are a list of partitions that's running. And typically you will see, if you enable one of the tab, you will see what are the operating system running as well. So the naming convention is quite important. So some you say AI partition, development and partition. If I have a mixed mode, some have their own naming convention, and this is how it's being sorted as well, right? So the sorting can be, if you click on here, then it will sorting by name. If you click on partition ID, it will sort by the number of IDs. All right. And if you were to look at this part here, when you check on this L part, the CRP, that's not what we did, CRP-IND, and you can actually do something called an action. So you can view the partition properties, you can do a restart, shutdown, turn the LED and view all action. And that view all action is where we showed before. It will show everything here, right? So again, it's a little bit redundant. You can do this what we call a quick key. So you can shut it down, you can restart, you can do mobility. Mobility is where you can actually move the resources, okay? And suspend the operation and so forth. The profile is where you have set up the hardware profile. So when you do a shutdown, the next slide, next windows will show up. A delay, meaning this one is under similar to when you control power down system control. Immediate means you power down system immediately, right? And operating, issue the operating command to shut it down, right? And operating system immediate, it's the same thing. You issue it to immediately shut down. So basically, in the old previous one, we only have the delay immediate, but now you have 4 options, right? So if you recall the previous HMC shutdown, basically it has 2. So this is a newer version, it has 4, right? So and activating, you bring up that alpha profile. If the alpha profile is not activated, you look at the below here, it's shown not activated. So you want to bring it up. So you can choose to IPL the system, you bring up the alpha. You can have different alpha profile that partition. So one profile, you can say, this one I only use up 4 GB. The next one, I have a different profile for profile testing. So I can actually say, I bring up the profile with 4 GB of RAM, right? So you can have multiple profile here for that particular alpha relations. So, and then when you bring it up, you can actually choose which alpha profile you want to bring up. All right, so I skip this one. That's end the call the HMC overview. Okay. Now we jump to the IBM I Access Family overview. So this is a very quick introduction about the client access family. If you are familiar in the past, client access has come to we call N after you have Windows 7 above, right? So the newer version is called the I-Series Access or AC Access family, ACS. This is how we're going to explain to you what are the variants of client access family that's available for the recent few years. Okay, so we will describe the feature and capability of I-Series Access family, and also the installation of and the use of client access solution. We call ACS. Now, most of us are using ACS nowadays. Okay. So let's go to the overview. Now this is the licensed product. So IBM I Series Access came with the you install on the IBM I, we call I Access for Web. This is where the IBM I is available on the browser. You need to start up the subsystem. Then it will have the HTML based we call iNavigator, right? Now the next one is actually, you see this is called 5733XJ1. J representing, in the old one, we have the 5733XW1, which is Windows. J is actually stands for Java. So this is a new Java-based platform independent interface, and it could run on most of the operating system, right? Like Mac OS, Linux, okay? So a little bit of the history. So I3 Access for Web, we have the Windows-based XW1, as I mentioned earlier, and we have the Access for Windows, the older version, which is XH2, right? So basically, again, what the screen show up here is the I Access for Web. It's not what the licensed product show. This is the browser-based. So if you were to look at the thing, it's actually being accessed via an IP address. This is your AS400 IP address. Okay. So once you go in, you later on it will show you the option screen. So basically, this is IBM Navigator for I. So basically, it's actually using a browser to do it. So what does it mean? It means you can use your tablet or your mobile phone if it's connected to the Wi-Fi or your local premises. You can actually access your IBM I and able to operate them using a GUI method from this tablet. Okay. So again, this is a window-based. Again, the screen and the thing is a bit not in sync, but basically they are the same. So this is the XJ1. What is shown here is the XJ1. We call the ACS solution. So ACS solution, basically, I have this installed on my Mac OS. Later, I will show you my Mac OS version, which is exactly the same screen. And you have the same screen on your Wintel as well. If you install the Java version on your Windows 10, on your latest OS, then basically you're having this new screen, right? These are fully Java version. Right? Okay, now this is the one that we talk about, the Navigator for I, which is a web browser version. You were to key in the, as I mentioned here, if you key in the IP address here, the first screen that pops up is this one. So you pop in for your user ID and your password, and once you get in, you go back to this screen. This is the browser screen, right? The web version. So we call it IBM Navigator for I. And yeah, this is where it's a little bit repeat. Basically, you have this browser version that allows you to manage your user ID, your message, your printer, your database access, SQL, and so forth. Right? So basically, it's quite convenient. And every time you click on this thing, this tab will keep on increasing on the right. So you have a welcome, you have active job. Basically, what I do is I look at the work active job. Then now you look at the basic operation and you pop up basic operation. And this thing will keep on increasing and you will not close. So basically, you can click on this upper tab here on the, you can see my red dot, right? Then you jump straight to that instead of coming here to re-click again. Right. So the Navigator for I main window, this, as I said, this is a browser based. You can access it from your tablet, from your mobile devices, or from Windows browser, from your desktop browser. It basically gives you this list of functionality or function capabilities. So if you have BMS, the BMS will automatically come in as a plugin, and you are able to see your BMS screen here as well, right? So let me go through this list again. System task is where you manage a system for active job, right? Basic operation, basically, it's like messages, right? It's basic operation, your printer. Your work management, again, is where you look at work active job, work job queue, and all this thing. Configuration and service management is where you can configure your PCIP. Also, you can see it in the network portion, internet configuration. Security is where it's very much related to your security level and user group, which we'll cover tomorrow, right? And database access is where you access your IBM I file and records, right? And file system, this file system is different. This is where we access your core IFS file system, right? Your Windows file system, your Unix file system, those are the file system, open file system that you access to. And application administration, journal management, if you have this journal enabled, you can look at it here. And integrated server administration, right? If you have others like your, single sign-on and so forth, these are the ones that you show it. Basically, you can either show it here or configuration. So this is the Java version we call ACS. So from now onwards, it's a bit confusing because starting with Windows 10 and newer operating system, we call this new product called ACS, IBM I Access Client Solution. ACS stands for Java version. That you basically can install the same, we call a Java file, onto your Mac OS, your Ubuntu, your Linux, as well as your Windows. So basically, it's fully, this is a new version that we are actually introducing actually 2 years back. So this full Java version is actually it's getting we call common. Those Windows one after Windows 7, those things will be no longer supported, but it's still running as is, right? So let's move on. So basically, we will touch a little bit of this ACS stuff. So again, this is a platform independent, as I said. It was developed using Java. So it's actually run on Windows, Mac, Linux, AIX, and IBM I, right? So where do you get this from? You can download this from the IBM support website, right? So here you go, download the ACS client, right? And basically when you download, you will see a jar file, right? And these are property file, and basically if you have Windows, you will see a setup file as well. So in the Windows environment, you will need to run the Windows, there are 3 different things. So Windows will have the exe file that allow you to run that exe file, right? Sorry. So where is the exe file is shown here, right? So ACS launch under the Win-32 or 64 exe. So basically, you can actually run that Windows, Linux, Windows or Linux 32 or 64-bit, right? For Mac, it's only 1, right? So you basically look at here, these are 5 packaging here. So once you download it, all 5 are available. So you click on whichever that's applicable to the OS that you intend to run. Once you run it, right, the screen will pop up like this. So this is the default screen, whereby you do not have anything configured. So how do you configure a connection to the IBM I? Is where you come to the system configuration. The system configuration is where you need to add. So basically, you have an option for add, and basically you are able to put in a name if you have the DNS server available, right? Otherwise, you have to put in your physical IP address here, and that is where you will try to do a verification, right? So this is where how you do it, right? General, the system name. So if you have a DNS, you can actually put in a system name. If you do not, then you basically need to put in an IP address, right? And your connection, whether it's an SSL connection or just a normal simple TCP/IP connection. And when you got it up, you can do the verify connection, same as what you're having now with the client access, right? And then you can also come to the second tab here, whereby you say connection, you want to use a shared credential or you want to use a default password. This is exactly the same as what you do with your current access for Windows, right? So performance and all the things, you can have the redundancy lookup and so forth. And after you're done with that, you can save it, right? So this is a new and save and click OK. And once you got it up, then there will be a list of, then your system here will have a drop down. If you have created a list of systems, then this system here is no longer default, nothing. So you can drop down the list of server lists that you have configured or you need to connect to. Then you can, from drop down list, you select the address, IP address or name that you want to connect to. Then you select the function you want to do. You want to do a data transfer, you want to do a 5250 emulation, right? So you can start doing all these things on this following labs here. So start navigation for start 5250, you want to manage your printers, you want to do upload or download software, or you want to manage your SQL, or you want to do a virtual control panel. A virtual control panel is where you enter those code like 21, whereby you bring the system to DST and so forth. So you can do that control over here as well. Right. So if you need to know more, or let's say you want to customize it, so the customer will like to customize the, let's say for instance, single sign-on and so forth, right? And how do you do it? So this is where you get the reference documents. And for all this detail, how you want to customize the screen, you want to have something called watermark, right? So you want to have different systems, all these things, you can do it here, and the system will show you the full detail document. So basically, you can customize or learn more about how do you do with the we call the ACS family, right? So again, there are more things to do. There are more tricks that you want to do. So basically, these are the resources that available that you can refer to, right? Modernization. In fact, the modernization part is the most hot topics that we have now, because most customers like to customize it, make it more fancy, and so forth. So we actually have this book. We can run customized workshop for you if you do not want to go through the books yourself, right? So from where I'm from, the web services team can understand your requirement. Then we can actually tailor a customization for the SES that you want to customize. We can actually run tailored workshop. Okay. All right, let me just skip this one. That basically we are pretty much in time. Try to have a break at around 12:30. Now let me look at the question now. See what question you guys have. Give me a minute. Let me stop the sharing. Apologize for that, because with the screen sharing, I can't see the questions from the chat. I believe I saw a question from Mr. Xia. SES, is it a chargeable product? Yes, it is. It is a chargeable product, but the cut is if you have already the client access product, it comes together. So basically, as long as, let's say you have user license or processor group license for client access, for those XH1 and so forth, this tie together with that. So you can download this SES for free as long as you have any client access license code, okay, on the server, right? Okay, will you be providing the presentation slide at the end of the session? We have a PDF version. I think I will pass down to CBS. So whoever needs it, you can actually make a request to CBS, and then it will be in PDF format. Yeah. All right. Is there any other question? If no, we will take a short lunch break. I think probably we can come back as earlier we can. It's 1 o'clock. Hello.
Hello, yeah.
Yeah, Lee, would you like to have a lunch break now, or you want me to continue with the next one?
I think we better have a lunch break. We give them more time, because I'm not sure whether they need more times to go for lunch or not.
Okay, there is one more question. How to use ACS to access IFS file? Yeah, in the ACS, there is a under the we call file access. Just there's some option called IFS. So let me share the screen. Then this is going to be like live demo. Just give me a minute. Let me just share the screen. I think we spent about 5 to 10 minutes. Would it be okay? I just do a live demo on the ACS file.
Okay.
You will be connecting to the Rochester's machine. Just okay. Okay. Right. Can you see my screen? I believe you can.
Yes,
So
yes,
under
yes.
ACS, this is the Rochester machine. So you can see a drop down here. These are all the list of machine that I configure using the system configuration here, right? So in the, how do you access to the IFS? So basically the question is very simple. You just click on the IFS here, you will able to bring it. So for instance, I want to do a 5250, right? So it will straight away point me to my 5250 in the visual, right? So then it will bring up my 5250, and then these are the screen that you will see. You can see screen 1, screen 2, and so forth. So basically you can connect to multiple screen and you can save it, right? And this is the I'm running on a Mac, you probably notice, right? So basically, so this is the Mac version. And to access the IFS, the same thing. So I click on it, right? So it will bring me, it will be a bit slow because we are accessing from here to US just but for 5250 screen, it's really fast. So you can see all the screen pops up. So I can actually check my QOPT is my optical drive, right? My QDLS and all these IFS folders, right? You guys can see it, right? So it takes some time to go through because it's streamed from remote, right? So this is where how simple it is. So navigator for I, printers, and the next one is the schemas for database and so forth, right? Oh, let me just put here. But you need to have a browser because that is where you firm up the navigator. 2 minutes, right here. The navigator for I is where, remember just how I said the iNavigator for web, this is will bring up the browser if I were to put on this one, right? If I click on the printer output, then this is where it show all the printer. Sorry about that, because the navigator for I didn't enable the browser, right? This is where the output. And the best part is actually, if you don't notice that, if I click on this browser here, and I drag it here, it will able to do the download file to a destination that I want. We'll cover this later in the after lunch. All right. So we will go through this part of it. Yeah. So for now, let's stop here because later these are the things that we will be covering later in after lunch session. Okay. All right, Lee, I think it's over back to you. I think you guys probably want to run that, the music again. Then we will resume probably on 1:05 or time that you all agree.
I think we can resume at the 110 110 We come back at 110
Okay.
Okay. So everybody have 1 hour for lunchtime. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks everybody.
Great.
Jason, there's some question that we are compiling and maybe we cannot answer now. We will answer later. See,
okay.
those outstanding questions we're still compiling.
All right.
Yeah, those email in one we also compile also. All right, you can start, Jason.
1 second, I'm going to the slide. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. All right. Okay, let's continue with the IBM ACS, right? We call the ISS solutions. So what are we going to cover is actually describe the purpose of the IBM ACS and also the tasks that you can perform at ACS. Right. Basically, we call the IBM ACS. The old name is actually client SAS, right? It's not installed on the client operating system. Well, this is a bit confusing. Basically, there's no installation program for the core of the product, but what you need to do is actually deploy it. Basically, there's a jar file and an exe file, right, that you can deploy. So the deployment involves the client bundle place, whether it's to be executed from and where the product are being stored. So in a nutshell, the ACS is come as a jar file that you can download from the IBM website. After you unzip it, you'll see this jar file or exe file. And when you run the setup in the Windows, basically this jar file is being deployed. And if you are on the Mac OS and Linux, you will probably see this jar file and you just double click it and it will execute the jar file. So no specific Java runtime error is distributed, right? So basically you will just leverage whatever you have on your Mac OS, your Java, or your Linux OS. So relies on the Java 1.6 or higher Java runtime environment, which is residing on the client OS. Okay. So basically, if you were to deploy this product, you can deploy them from download and then you straight away launch it where the product is launched from, and also where the user configuration is stored, right? Both the location can be anywhere. So it can be, you can have your setup file, all these things on the local PCs, your network share files, or your portable media or USB drive. So again, they can be located in different places. So it can be launched from your PC OS install or via a network file system, right? So in the same location where the configuration file are stored on the USB drive. So basically, this ACS, right, can be also stored inside your thumb drive, and you plug in the thumb drive, you can actually launch it from the thumb drive as well, or your network file system. So again, we did a little bit of a demo earlier. This is your primary screen, whereby you have the ACS, we call the welcome screen, right? So in future, this thing will have more features. Basically, it's built on infrastructure that is extensible. So if you go down to the system configuration panel, this is where you actually, under the system configuration, where you add your new, you click on the new, then let me just bring on the cursor. So when you click on this part here, system configuration, this new pops-up window will pop out, and whereby you can actually click on new, and you can actually either key in the IP address or the system name if you have a DNS enabled, right? So again, this is the detail part of it. So you have a system name description. Once you key it in, and then on the connection tab, you have, it's very much similar to what you have in your, we call it client access. You can select what user credential you want to use. You want to prompt a user ID. Let's say, for instance, the third one is prompt for username and password every time. Or you want to use the default users. All right. Or if you are using the single sign-on, you can use the Kerberos, right? And you do not want to, key any users and so forth. So right. So the next one is actually the SSH key setup, right? If you have a secure network setup, let's say you have a TLS 2.1 and 1.2, so you can actually enable the SSH key here as well. So console. So you can also set up the remote console here, or LAN console. So again, it's quite similar to what you do in the client access. So you have a LAN console or virtual control panel, whereby you key in the console name, the console, which is your HMC IP address, and then use the SSL connection, right? So basically, you have the virtual control panel, your hardware mentioned IP address, and basically same thing, the ASMI interface. Or if you are using, you're not using SMC, then you use the IBM. Otherwise, you will use HMC's features, right? So come to the 5250 console. Screen keep on disable. Okay. So 5250 console basically open up a 5250, we call it DSP01 to your current system, right? And you can actually do the virtual control panel, right? If LAN console used for the current system, right? If not, then you probably have to go to the HMC level to do the DST one, right? So from the HMC, you open a web browser to manage console and specific the current system. Okay, this is where you will first see if you use the ACS to access to the HMC and you bring up the HMC console. Now, this is what happened is the system will ask for the language. So typically we will use option 21, which is the US English, right? So this is where you prompt it in, right? And then from the virtual control panel, you can actually specify those mode like IPL and so forth. Here, this is where you can change the IPL mode to normal or D, right? The next one is actually running a SQL. So this is to run the database SQL script or command. So you have the same thing in your client access function. This is the same. So basically, you can connect to the database, which is the name of the IP address, right? Then it uses a JDBC connection here, right? So you can also show you the performance monitors and so forth. If you familiar with the SQL, IBM I actually come with the index advisor and all these event monitors. So let me bring up the pointer now. So you see the plain cache performance monitors, plain cache snapshot and all this stuff, right? So what happened in this SQL if you are you're running IBM I and uses a lot of new workload, uses SQL command and so forth, right? You can come to this SQL script here, and you can turn on the SQL performance monitor, and whereby the system will tell you, how well the system is running, whether do you need an index or not. If you have a lot of this JDBC ODBC connection for your client newer like mobile applications, the web portal and so forth, which uses a SQL command rather than the traditional RPG and COBOL. And then the system will monitor those behavior of those connection, the JDBC, JDBC, ODBC connection, and would provide you a list that how well this access is being executed. And if the execution is not well performed, then the IBMI will actually recommend you to create index, and it will actually give you the SQL statement and all this thing, and you do not need to know anything about SQL. So it will give you a create view or create indexes, all this thing, and make that recommendation. All you need to do is come in here and then make a create, just or generate. Then the system will generate all this key for you, right? Now moving forward, 5250 emulations. So this is where you have your, we call the old green screen, the 5250 green screen, that you want to do the, access the ASR or IBMI, to do user profile, to do all your management, to even do your development here, okay? So again, this is the first screen, and provide nearly identical look to you. Later on, if you need it, I will do another round of demo or live demo, whereby I can show you the watermark. If you're interested in having a watermark on the background, then you can actually add watermark. And just now there was another question: how do you create an icon, or we call a shortcut, on your wallpaper or your desktop screen? I don't have Windows OS with me. I have my Mac, and each is the same. So during the lunch break, I actually created one demo for you. How do you create that shortcut on the we call the desktop screen, right? So later we will cover that. So basically, the 5250 screen. This is where the key point. All this configuration will be saved in a file called, let's say, for my case, I just call it Rochester.hod. HOD is actually an IBM we call an application called host on demand. So this new 5250 is actually being brought in from the host on demand's application. So it will store as a HOD files. Okay. So from the Windows, you will see a file name with your server name and .ws, and on the other part is actually a HOD, right? So you can actually import it into a HOD file. If you are from the existing Windows you want to bring forward, you can actually import this to the HOD files, and all this setup will be able to continue. So if you are moving from the client access to the access client, right, we call ACS, so you can actually export and import it. So that is not an issue, right? So these are the session manager. So the session manager is where you create the 5250 connection to which server or which LPAR you want to access to, right? So again, this is similar to the same old face, same old interface. So you can have the session 1, session 2, or you can name it server 1, server 2, or LPAR 1, LPAR 2. All is based on how you access to the IP address or the system name. Okay, so again, you have the 5250 for session and also for printer, right? So either this display session or printer session. So basically, this is pretty cool. So you do not lose any of the old function like what you have in Windows. You basically have everything the same, right? So this is a printer output as I did just now. So if you are the users called ID teacher, right? This list is actually all will be short, and you can drag and drop to a location you can specify. Now for this case, you see a download directory called C:user student desktop, and this is where you actually drag and drop, and that text file will be actually stored there. So basically, it's pretty fast. Just drag this thing here and then move it here, then the system will be downloaded. That spool file will be downloaded as a text file, right? So go on again, you can actually do another way: download only, download and view, and okay, I think you need to check. I cannot remember what is this one. Later I'll show. Right. Basically, you can have all this version. View only is of course you just view it, and the rest of the function like hold the spool file, release the spool file, delete the spool file, move to different out queue. Right. These are all the same as previous. Okay. So again, when you drag it to the here, it can be a PDF or it's a TXT file, right? So then you can actually send it via email to your users, or you can archive this full file if you wish to. All right, this is where you set your download preference. You download to a desktop, download to a temporary location, or download to a specific folder, right? So again, whether you want to use a PDF format or you want to use a text format. Okay. All right, this is for filtering. This is for a selection. You can filter the way you view the spool file for you to easily search and so forth. Okay. Right. Again, active task panel is where you can actually have another screen to do your filtering. Okay. Next one is data transfer. These are the same data transfer that we do on the client access. Same thing, you can upload file or you can download file, either in the Excel sheet, in the CSV format, or in the ODS format that are supported. Right. So basically, it's very easy for you to call import and export data, especially if you have a business warehouse and all the things that are different format, and you do this manually. Then what you can do is you come down here and then you do an export and import. This is where you download. Right. Again, what are the level of format you want, right? Based on your source and target. So you can separate, you can actually specify the format you want. Again, this is ICS, we call preference, how you want to view it, how you want to set up, and and your client SSL using FIPS comply and so forth. Okay. Your download preference and configuration route and the detail, how your client access setup. Okay, your password storing, right? Printer output, download to where? Right. Now this is another interesting features. So when you come to this HMC prop utility, what happens is you put in the HMC address, then the system will actually figure out how many IBM I alpha you have inside here, and then it will actually populate this name to the system here. So you can have all these different alpha here, and you can actually select which one you want to connect to. So it's a very handy and useful way to actually access the HMC and then tell you how many IBM I alpha is inside there, and you can actually do the 5250 connection to it. Okay. Let's skip this one. Okay. So you probably see my screen here. Let me quickly come here. Let me minimize go to my desktop. Hmm. Okay, I can't show you my Windows screen. Actually, if I were to have the original Windows desktop here, somehow it doesn't show. So let me just quickly answer your question here very simply. So what happened is you come to the IBM I access here. You can actually have this 5250 screen, okay? And you got this up. And what you can do is you come to file here and you save. So what you can do, you save this one, let's say JSON demo, right? So what you can do is actually you can save to the desktop here. You can notice there's a desktop here. So when you click on this desktop, this HOD file is being saved on your Windows desktop. All right. So when you store this, you will see one icon on the Windows desktop, and when you double click this one, it will straight away bring you to your 5250 configuration that access to that particular IP address. Okay. I hope I answer your question already. Right. So let me just go back to the next one. So now we are going to move on from IBM I ACS to the IBM I security. Right. So if any question, you can continue to post on the chat. Our friend from CBS will help me to compile it. I'll try to answer it during the next break session. Right. So we move on with security concept. So what we're going to cover in this unit is actually to talk about the system, how do you secure the system from a physical and also from the logical point, from the OS point. So basically, we talk about physical security. We talk about how the IBM I have a key lock securities, and also the capability of system tools to further protect your system. So what is the objective of system security? Basically, we talk about confidentiality, right? We do not want the unauthorized people to gain access to the confidential data or information in your organization. So also it protects stranger or curious system users and outsiders to access those sensitive information. The next one is actually integrity. Integrity means you do not want the data as corrupt or so forth, right? So you protect against unauthorized changes. So whoever that can access a specific file, let's say for instance your invoice master, whereby it didn't tally with your invoice detail. So basically, you try to protect unauthorized access. This is going to be very interesting. In later part, in Unit 9, later on, we will showcase to you the latest IBM V7R4 features, which I did not share during the previous CBS event, whereby, we talk about RCAC, but we now actually, we're going to showcase to you how do you protect data on a column level, meaning that who can actually change the data at one particular column. For instance, your credit limit in your credit card. So who can actually go in and update the data also inside there. So this is part of the integrity protection, right? That we will touch about it later. Of course, the last one is availability, right? So you do not want accident changes or destruction of the data. So the IBM I always have the journal recovery that always helps you to recover your data, right? So again, we will further enhance these features. Hopefully, in time to come, we have something similar to blockchain, whereby we have cross multi-site authentication of data integrity. So it protect against attack by outsider to abuse or destroy system resources. Excuse me. So now come back to a very basic beginning. This is very interesting because we have this physical server store typically in the computer room. We do have customer that, for those trading company that find it's not necessary to have the system inside a computer room. They may even store under the desktop or something like that. But for most customers, we typically see that they have a data center whereby the data center is being properly protected. So a server is in one partition locked down, whereby a server is just a server, whereby they have the console at another area and they have their tip out drive at one area and also the printer at one area. They are all silo and all segregated properly, right? So these are where you want to collect the reports, you just go there and right? You want to do a tip loading, you just mount a tip. You can't access the system and you can't access the console. So basically you have everything segregated, well segregated properly. So this is what we call the physical security, right? So a computer is being locked under the door. So only specific users or what we call a special group of users are allowed to physically access to it. So basically it's physical access to tape, to printers, to this are all restricted, right? And also the backup media, as we said, the backup media is fully on a separate rooms or separate partition that only specific users can go in and mount the tape and take out the tape, right? And again, the location of the workstation and console is also separated. So from a system perspective, where we are, so from the we have something called tool to secure system. So security level, system value, user profile, group profiles, object access, and authorization list, and so forth. So this is where from the OS level, or we call the operating system access level, right? So how do we do this? So from a user or security access, you need a sign-on screen. So you need to have a user ID and profile to log into the system. So from there, you grant the users a menu to access whether it has access right to this menu, let's say operator menu, backup menu, and so forth. And if this is the OS menu, and then if the user is actually application users, right, you may allow them to grant access to the payroll menu, and so forth, and then access to the programs, what level of it are able to do it, and also what type of data they can access, whether they can do a read, they can delete, or they can update the data. Okay. So basically these are the simple things. We'll skip this review question. Okay. Now we come to the next control, which is under the system. We call the system value. From the user, then we go down to the system value. So we will touch about how do you set up the system value to properly secure your system. And there are new features on V7R4, which are not available on any OS before that. Examples are the system value, security related system value, right? So we will talk about the capability of system tools. This is the one that I talk about. System service tools to lock out user from changing system value, right? Different category of system value available. And how do you use the security policy to set up this system value? And list of commands that you can do it on the 5250, as well as a list of steps that you can use the IBM I Navigator to change or manipulate this system value. So let's look at the security component. Just now we talked about the user profile, people, users profile, job description, group profile. We will further zoom down to this portion later on. And from the object level, and now what we are looking at is actually from the base level, which is the OS system value, right? So in the system value, there's one value called Q security. Let me just bring up my laser pointer. In the Q security system value, they are basically at this level. You can set the level to 20, 30, 40, and 50. The system comes default with 40, right? So the higher you go, the more stringent and more secure the system can be, right? So most recommended value is 40 is actually the default value. But I know most of the financial institution, they are at 50, which is on the highest level, which is good, right? So here a little bit detail. So what happens if you're on the system level 40, the security level 40? So it basically prevents the use of unsupported interface. So it has the use of restricted instruction. We will show you a chart later on. So don't worry about this part here. So control the use of job description via the submit job. And you cannot sign in without user ID and password, right? Then it enhances security storage protection. And level 40, as I said, is the queue security default value. Now here is a comparison. So if you look at level 20, it is basically very simple. You just need a user password, and it doesn't have the, a lot of we call locking in place. But the 50, you basically see almost everything here is yes, 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 except 2, right? So basically, this level 50 has the highest securities that available. If you need more, even more stringent, then what we do is we have something that complement this called the multi-factor authentication, meaning other than the user password and ID, you give them an OTP code, a one-time password OTP. So that this is also additional features that IBM I provided, but that is on a, we call a charge feature. You can come to IBM and say, I need additional, then we can actually provide you the multi-factor authentication, which is providing you a 6-digit numeric passcode. So you have the second level. Of course, the other one is actually called single sign-on. If you decide to do single sign-on, we can have this synchronization between your Active Directory and your IBM I user profile. Right, we'll touch about that later on. Now, how do we properly secure the system value? As now, you probably know this system value called queue security can be changed. If whoever, especially the security officer, when you log into a 5250 screen, you can change the queue security value, and then after the IPL, it will take effect after that, right? So how do you disable that? There are new security requirements, especially for the financial institution. So you can actually lock it related to queue security level, right? So all you need to do is there are 2 ways to do it. One is you come to start SST, and you sign on the console mode, right? SST on a 5250 screen, right? Then type in your service 2 ID and password and select what is system security. You turn on option 1, you select option 1 or 2. 1 is locked and option 2 is unlocked. The other way is you go to queue console and the DST mode, right? Use the DST service and IPL the system. Again, you select option 13, work with system security. Actually, this is the same screen. And then you select option 2 or option 1. Option 2 is to lock and option 1 to unlock. Okay. Again, this is what we call, if you come to here in the individual system value, how you change it. Basically, you need the first access is your ID and password, and then you must have some security level that, let's say, for instance, admin or location object. So you come here, right? You can come here to change the security value. You can look at it, default is 40. And so you have 10, 20, 30, 40, and 50, right? So 10 is the lowest, which do not have password. So normally we do not encourage you to set to 10. This is fully open. Okay. So how do you how do you choose? There are so many system value. There are easily more than 50 system value. And you can actually go by category. So for instance, I use work system value. The command is called WRK, SYSVAL. If I work system value, you can select all, all the system value will show up. And you can select the output as well. Output to asterisk is mean to screen. Asterisk print means you do a report, right? So you can dump this to a report, or you can actually show this on the screen. So what I do is I put an asterisk here. And this is where the second screen here, showing me all the system value based on its category, right? So this is the allocation control, message control, system control, and so forth, okay? So basically, you can choose based on category, the system value. So if you say ALC, so the system will show you all the ALC, allocation control. So all this related to how do you allocate the system resources, how do you set up the resources, like how many times when you set up the initial number of active job, right? The initial number of active job could be 20 when the system's newly delivered to you. But most of the customers have more than 150 active job at any one time. right? If you under the IBM performance studies, we will have a guideline. How do you set up this QACT job numbers, the value that you should put it in, right? So these are for performance, for whatever reason, for pre-planning and so forth. This is where the allocations are for, like job message queue full. How big is your message queue, right? So moving forward, configure the security using IBM Navigator, right? So just a little bit of recap. So now you know, previously we cannot control we cannot have limited access control queue security, whereby anyone with the right profile, with the right security access, right, he can come in and change the security level. But with the newer OS v7 R4, this is restricted. Even you have the authority, if I set to lock, no one can change it, right? You have to come to here and unlock it, then only you can change this queue security value, right? So that is the gist of that topic number 2, right? Now coming back to how do you use iNavigator to do that? So this is the browser base, right? You can see this is the IP address. So this is a browser-based configuration. All you need to do is come to the tab here called Configuration and Service, and you will see system value under system value tab underneath it. So again, this is already very nicely categorized. So you can go by category, auditing, date and time, right? Library list, password, power control, restart, and so forth. So this is already nicely categorized. So you can actually choose based on this level, okay, to access to it. So for instance, you choose security, and this is where you bring up the Q security, the profile of the security system value. And no password is level 10. Remember just how I showed you level 10, level 20, 30, 40, and 50. And this is how it's being set up. And do take note that this queue retain server securities, you must always change to the default. Yes, if you change it, if you uncheck this box, right, the security profile will not be encrypted. So you have a power HA, or if you have other web-based application, they normally leverage this encrypted password profile, the encrypted user profile and password here. So if you uncheck this one, very likely those applications will fail, right? So there's an additional step. How do you do this? But it's covered under the IBM securities topics, right? But what I need to touch a little bit is please ensure that you always check this. So yes, if you accidentally uncheck it, all the new user profile you created will be unencrypted. Then there is a command to reset it and bring it back, and that command will take some time to run. Okay, so do take note of this. If you are not sure, just Google this QRETSURSEC. There will be the full guided step teach you how to do that, right? To recover those encryption and decrypt and encrypt. Again, if you look at date and time, so these are management part. So you can actually change the system time format, Q date time, Q century, day of week, and so forth. So basically, you can change the time zone, +8, -5, and so forth, subject to that particular LPA. Like for instance, you may support Indonesia, which is 1 hour behind us. So they have a -7 or +7 or something like that. So this is where you set all this time zone, right? Well, going back to change password, this is user ID and password, right? So I'm hooking up to change password, and my user ID is called teacher, right? So I can actually change my new password here, right? Same password, or password expiration, whether yes or no, and how many days you want to keep it for 60 days, and so forth. And for password management, so this is managed locally in your Create User ID, Change User ID, or you want to manage you remotely. If you have another system whereby you have some identity manager, access manager that you want to integrate back to the IBM, then you have to select the second one, right? So these are the rules for changing password, right? So again, you can actually have we call exit program. So there are rules that in the system value called password validation program, right? Whether you need the additional, and then your password length and password characters and all this thing. So the password validation program will check all this stuff based on your rules, and then if you pass all the rules, then only you have a successful password. If let's say for instance you want to have your password minimum length of 8, right? and you want to have a alphanumeric characters or your numeric characters and so forth. So all these things will be actually under the password validation program. That it detect error, then you send the message, right? If it's passed, then its password is changed, right? Right, that's about it for the password and control. Let me quickly bring up the next one. Okay, so from the user password, we move on to user security, right? So we see how the purpose of the user profile, basically is to provide the user authorization and access. And how do we list out the step to create user profile? And also the user profile, normally if you have a user profile that belongs to a specific application group, so we will create a group profile. So for instance, you may have a user profile that belongs to payroll. So the group profile, you can set what access to that group of the profile that belong to payroll group. All the users that belong to the user payroll group, you just need to set up in the group profile instead of every individual, right? So again, we also will show you how to step to create a group profile. So this is very much tied to if you are the security admin. So if you are infra, probably it may not related to you, but if you are the security admin, then these are the points that you may pay specific interest. Okay. So this is where we focus on the users, the user profile, and what are the job description and what are the group profiles that tie to that. So a user profile has several roles on the system, right? It controls how the user sign on the system and what are the allowed access to it after the signing on, and how do you want to audit that particular user, right? So in all this is being recorded in the Q audit journal part. And also you can also customize the access. So the users come in, you straight away go to the payroll access or certain application, right? And also how do you customize the user jobs and printer? So basically, if this users is in the front end, if the front end panel, so you may tie a specific printer to he or she. So when he log on, this printer will always tie to his workstation, right? So again, also contain information about the object owned by the users, right? So the user may create certain full file, and this full file, if you want to archive them, then you can either archive them based on the user will own that object. So you can actually delete them by user object and so forth. And control information, private authority object. Same thing, this full file, can it be viewed by others? So if I'm from the payroll department, Jason, can my full file be viewed by others? So you can actually control that. Okay. So again, it's a management of recovery tools. So if, so in certain recovery, you can recover by user profile, whereby you recover those objects. So again, this is the high-level summary. So user profile tell the system who you are, right? Password expiration, initial program menu or user class authorities. These are the objects that are owned by users. Object authorization and also statistic of what this user is about, right? Now, why are we interested in list of objects owned by the users, right? And list of object authorization. Imagine if the user were to resign or left the company, right? So you probably want to know what he and she own over the months or over the days that he is with the organization. And you want to keep them, you want to archive them for future reference and so forth. Or you want to transfer the object that owned by this user to anyone that's succeeding his role, his job role, right? So this is very critical so that you do not accidentally delete or mismanage the objects during any resign or any change of role, right? So basically these are the one, and also object authorizations, right? So if the user were to change role, this object authorization will need to be changed as well, right? So that's the reason why we have all full view of what's happening here, right? Again, this is a long list. So when you use this command called create user profile, actually there is a lot of parameters in place. But normally what we do is we normally specifically we are interested in the user ID and also the password, right? So there is none, and then basically when you create a user profile, you need to specify a password, and you need to set the password expired, because what happens is when the user first sign on, you force him to change the password, right? So the status here is enable or disable. When you disable the user ID, it means that, under what scenario the user ID will be disabled. You may have failed sign attempt. Let's say he tried 5 times with the wrong password. The profile will automatically, based on the system value, will be disabled by attempt. So this is where the user profile is disabled, right? Or the user is already resigned. You don't want him to come in. So on certain date, that based on his last day of service in the company, so you want to keep his profile there, so you can refer whatever transaction, but you want it to be disabled so that it's not able to log in. So you can come here and disable the user profile, right? Again, the initial program, current libraries, and all this thing, it's all covered under the IBM securities or user management, right? So we will not go through everything in detail, in great detail. Again, the other one is the auditing, action auditing, which is the second last, which is this one here, right? This is how you want to audit the action of the users, right? You can track their activities. Okay. So how do you create new users on the comparing, we call the 5250 screen versus a new browser screen. So in the 5250 users, we use this command called CRT, create user profile, CRT USRPRF. But in the browser screen, basically you come to the user management, you can actually have an icon here, a tab called create user. That you click on it, it will guide you through. It has a very much user-friendly access. But basically both are friendly, depends on your preference. So in the green screen, that's where you key in your user profile. It can be teacher, it can be Jason, whatever new user profile that based on your company or organization naming convention, the password, right? So basically, we normally for new user, we will set the password to expire so that the user first log in, you have to change it. And the same thing here, new users here, you will have the new username, the description whereby you can involve. The description over here is not specified here, but in the last row, but here it is actually next to it. So what type of user class? Is this user class a user, end users, or they are the admin, which allows them to do password user profile ID, right? Enable for processing is the same thing, which is actually this one, the status, enable, disable. So here we call it enable for processing, right? This user class is disabled, mean then the checkbox will be gone, right? And the capabilities is where the user call the authority type of capabilities, like end users, system operator, programmer, right? So the term is slightly different, but if you're familiar with the IBM green screen, you will probably know what is this about, right? Now this is where the capabilities is where you have the we call the privilege. It's not shown here. The screen is not fully populated. So capabilities is where you allow the user to have ALC. We call all object, ALL, job control, safe restore, and all this. These are special properties. If you are the operator, you probably need spool control, right, and job control. Okay. So this is the privileges about it. We call all object is where you need to back up the system, right? You need all object. Audit control, whereby you're the auditors. Job control is where you have an operator. You need a job control to control the spool file, control the printer, and so forth. Safe restore, again, it may tie to operator or backup operator, that you can save the system and restore the system. Security admin is where you create user profile. And spool control is normally you will allow the end user as well, because the end user will need to control the spool, right? And system configuration is basically for the we call the engineers, whereby you do not allow to have a workstation created, or you do not allow to have a new printer created dynamically. Then you have to allow a user to manually create all these things with the IOS config, right? So system service access is for the IBM engineer or the field service engineer. This is someone outside your organization. Okay, now this is where a user class and also how it tied to the, we call this special authority. Right, so if you have a set offer, basically you have this all object, you have set or mean, you have everything, right? So if you're, again, it's based on your security level, 10 or 20, right? So this is how a system is being mapped to. So basically set officer have everything, right? You see the user may have the all object or may have a safe sys control. Basically, you can have very minimum, right? And operator have for control, safe sys. Okay. And the 10 and 20 is where you talk about the security level of the system. If you're 10, 20, they have it. Okay. Okay. Now move on to capabilities of application control. So if you go to the browser way, you can actually have this application administration, right? And again, if you can control here, like for instance, you want to check network. So you want to have the network access control, then you can check direct access or peer access or customized access. And backup service, the same thing, right? So this is the, and again, this is a sample of password and unique identifier capabilities to create a user called new user, right? And then you click on it, then it's where you select the system privilege and also under auditing, if you remember I told you. So what you want to audit this action. So the green screen have the same feature, right? But now this is using the browser way. So if you recall just now in the previous command here, audit here, the audit action audit, right, is none. The same thing. This is the green screen parameters. So now what we are showing is the degree parameters and how you come in here and audit these users, right? You want to audit the object management or you want to audit everything, right? It's all. Okay. UID. A UID is actually introduced whereby if you have a lot of communicate with different IBM I systems, especially HA and so forth. So what we normally encourage is you must have this user ID, same username and ID the same, so that when there is this is to ensure that each user is unique, and especially when you're moving file across system, right? You want to have that ID preserved, right? So that you will not have unauthorized access and so forth. Okay, this is under job general. This is very much touch on the GUI interface, right? So if you have job, what is the job description that you want the user to come in? So again, remember just how I said, if I am the front end teller, I want this job description to automatically tie to my printer where I sit, where my workstations are. So under the job description, you can specify which library list, what are the output that I'm going to use, and so forth. So you can specify everything here. So when the users log in, he will have all the spool file being spooled to the printer that's sitting at near to her workstation. Okay. Now the next one is actually startup. When you sign in this user profile sign into the system, right? There is the default is no initial program, but remember something I said, if you're a payroll user, you can assign the user to an IBM menu, login menu, or no IBM login menu, but straight away you call up the payroll program, and that's where the payroll program will pop in and show them the payroll menu, right? So you can either use the initial program or you can use the initial menu. So if there's no initial program, you can call up the IBM menu or the end user menu. Yeah. So this will customize the access so that the end user do not need to type command or anything. It will bring them straight to their main menu. Okay. specific to that particular application. Right. Now, attention program is where in the in the good old days when everyone is still using the green terminal, it's really a terminal, a 5250 terminal, unlike this 5250 emulation program. The ACS is emulation. So in the good old days, we actually in that keyboard itself, it has a special key called attention key. So when the end user hit the attention key, this attention program can pop up. This is we call a shortcut program. Just like in the Windows, you have that icon. You click on the icon, you bring up the program. This is the same thing. We call attention program. When the user hit the attention key, this program will pop up. Right? If again, you can specify the attention program in the system value, or you can have a specific value for this particular user. So this user will be out of the normal on the system value, right? All right. This is where the display session, when you log in, right? What are the things that you can play around or you can set for your users, either operator users, application users, and so forth. As I said, this topic is very much similar, tailored for system administrator, right? So you can actually play around with the limit capabilities, initial programs, and so forth. This is just a chart to just give you a comparison and give you a view. So the user can still run command creator and change based on this one. Allow limit capabilities. If you allow limit capabilities to yes, the user basically have limited access to the commands. There's only few commands that works full for all these things they can use. They cannot use a command call CALL, right? So when you say limit capability to yes, the user can't call a program, right? So this is the limit capabilities feature here. So when they say no, everything you can do, right? So if you say yes, so only a few commands you can use that works full file I mentioned. You cannot use call. Right. Job output. Again, you can tie this user, which I explained earlier. If I'm a front-end teller, then I can print devices, my output queue, everything next to or nearest to the workstations or the place this user is sitting, right? So you can actually set it either in the job description or in the user profile here, right? Group. Again, we said if you belong to the payroll group, you can specify everything in the group profile. Then you do not need to specify this item in the user profile, but other than the job D, right? So basically, you can assign this user, then it will inherit the group profile, the group authorizations from here. So if your application users under payroll, then you can say, okay, sorry. If you are the application user under HR, then you can say I have a subgroup of payroll. Then you can actually put in the payroll group here. Then it will access all the payroll groups features here. Okay. Again, there are more features, more towards the like a documentation and so forth, whereby you can actually put in more detail of that users, like the name, the location, and the email, right? So if you are more advanced IBM I operation, there are certain features the user wanted to tie the email there. So then, as any triggering message, let's say the system, at the 50% or 70% of the storage usage, you may want to trigger email to the users to notify that, hey, you need to do something, housekeeping and so forth. So when you specify all this in the user profile here, then this thing can be referred and an email can be set as well. Okay. So now this is the list start with Q. All the IBM object that IBM supply, even for user profile, we have the first character start with Q. So Q ADSM user profile is actually a user profile, and then Q default owner, Q BRMS, Q system machine, and so forth. Most of the Q first characters are Qs are the IBM supply user profile. Okay. So again, here you can actually do manage your user. right? So again, come here, you go to the users and group and you select users. On the left-hand side, you can see my red dots are saying. Then a list of user profiles are actually show up. So if you put a checkbox here next to AS2700, so again, a screen will pop up and you can see that you can do user object, and these are the thing called out. You can delete the user profile. You can send message to the user profile, right? And you can create new. There is actually a copy as well. So you can actually copy that user profile as well. So basically, you can do all these features here. Okay. So you can send message and so forth. So again, what you need to do is look at this user profile under the properties, right? And this will show up this what we created just now, the user profile. The class belongs to a programmer, right? And what are the capabilities, that group, the personnel, the jobs, and the network, and so forth. This is just showing the profile in detail, right? Again, I mentioned when you try to delete a user, so whether you want to action to take, first thing is to not delete, right? Not doing anything. Delete the object that is owned by this user. So when you delete this user profile, you click on the second row, delete object that owned by this user profile. All the object that belong to this user will be removed together, right? And you can also transfer, as I mentioned, if this user change job, right? You want to transfer all the subject to another user, you can actually do it here, right? So basically, you can do that, right? Okay, so basically that end the the topics of user profile. I would suggest we take a 10 minutes break, right? Then let me look at the question posed. Then before we start the class, I'll try to answer those questions. Okay. So can we proceed? All right. Okay. Hopes everyone is back. So we will proceed with this second topics of group profile. Then I will answer the question that posted earlier. All right. So as mentioned, the user profile, if for certain applications, they are typically tied to group profiles, so that this will ease the management to put in every single detail. So basically, for instance, I'm the payroll users. So basically, I just need to create a user profile called group payroll profile, and all the users that I created subsequently, I can just in the user profile that there is a group profile parameters, and I just tie them or link them to the group profile. Then it will inherit all the same authorizations and access for the same group of users. Okay. So this is providing a better organizing authorities and sharing all these users the same privilege or same characteristic or behavior. So user define object or special authorities for a group of users rather than each individual users, right? So of course, a user can also be a member of up to 16 group profiles. So this user can be payroll, it can also be a credit card system users and so on and so forth. So up to a maximum of 16 group profile. Right. So, and furthermore, you can do customization. A group profile can be used as a patent, right? So it's just like a model for creating individual user profile. So you can actually copy that profile and just copy and create. And whenever this users is needed, you just go to the group profile and copy it, and you create a new user's profile based on that, right? So you create group profile in the same way that you create individual profiles. So the system will know this is a group profile and you add the member to it, right? So the system also generate group profile identifier, which is GID. So basically, it's touched upon it. So you talk about allow users to have similar job features, share the same permission. So there is a naming convention that you should follow, right? So that it's easier for you to identify this is a group profile rather than individual end user profile, right? So it's much easier to recognize. If you want to follow the IDEA method, put a G in front as the group profile, or Q, all the Q ID is actually Q, first character Q is our IDEA profile, right? So typically you create with no password and also no sign-on. So basically sign-on not allowed, right? And so you should assign group in order of use. Okay. So how do you create a group profile? Again, you come to the iNavigator, you go to users and group, right? So this tab, let me just bring up my laser pointer. So you go to the user and group and you expand it. You will see that there is a tab called create a group. Rather than create user here, you can actually create a group profile. So again, you can based on the new group or existing group, right? Basically, you can copy. Okay. So from there, after you create that group, right, you can come to the group setting for capabilities. And these capabilities, you notice, is the same as the individual user ID one, right? So you want this group to have all object, auditing control, job control, safe restore, and so forth, subject to your application requirement. Okay. And then network. So again, this is where you specify the UID and GID. For this profile, you let the server choose generate the UID numbers or GID numbers. Okay. So again, you can create a group profile and park all the application object, applications, programs, files under this group profile if you wish to. Right, so you can, based on this, you can say, okay, under this new group profile, what are objects assigned to this group and owned by this group, and then this list will populate out. Right, so again, you can delete that group. Right, you can delete the group, and again, the default is to not delete. Okay, you can delete, and then you can change it. Right, so basically, these are the parameters that the system allows you to do. Okay, so basically, group profile is a very simple thing. Basically, it's help you to organize a group of users tied to a specific application or purpose or usage, right? So you can have, if let's say you are the admin or you're the end user admin, so you may create an admin group for 4 or 5 of the the administration user ID creation group, so that they can actually inherit the same, right? They call the same program. Okay, let me stop this for a while and I will start answering. I believe just now it was mute. So I think some of my question, the answer, it wasn't, you guys probably not able to hear it. Okay, so from a question to Noah Azimi, right? He asked what's the best way to copy and paste file to a folder? Basically, you can do the drag and drop from your Windows folder, and when you open the IBM IFS, you can actually drag and drop the file to and from the IBM I or copy to the IBM I. Right. This is for the Windows files. So for spool file, same thing. You can click download, or you can drag and drop that to the screen, or we call the window column, that to a particular folder. And again, that file will copy to that folder, or even to your desktop. Okay. Now, regarding Mr. Xia question, QSEC ID disabled and all SEC admin authority also disabled. Is there a way to enable back? Yes. You can call IBM help desk, or you can Google it. What happened is, what you need to do, you need to have access to your HMC. And from the HMC, you need to go to the HMC control panel and enables the code 21 and start the DSD. Okay. So this actually being explained on the, if you Google on the internet, IBM website called resetting the Q user profile password. So once you get into DSD in the control panel, you are able to go to option 5 of the DSD menu, and under the service 2 security data, you can select option 1 to reset the default password. Okay. And after that, you can come out and then the QSEC officer password will be defaulted to QSEC OFR. And once you log in, you are forced to change your password. And then from there, you can take on the control of the system. Okay. So if you are not comfortable of doing all this, you can always call up IBM Help Desk. We will guide you through. Okay. And the next question is, what are the latest version of ACS? I put it in the chat room as well. It's 1.1.8.5. This is the latest version that just announced in August. All right. And there's another question about, can you run v7.r1 for ACS? Yes, you can. ACS is subject to your Windows operating system because from Windows 7 above, Windows 8, Windows 10, the current ACS is on a limited support version. You will have to run ACS on the newer Windows or Linux OS or Mac OS. Okay. Yeah, I guess I has answered to most of the question. If there's no further question, then I will move on to the next, which is the final topics for today. Sorry, I think we were a bit ahead of schedule due to the reason that we do not have lab for this so-called education class, because typically if there is lab, that we have 2 lab in this education. We probably end the class at 4:30 to 5, assuming we start at 9 o'clock, right? So this is very much ahead of schedule. So I would, if you have any question, I will try to answer it so that we will not end the class too early. I believe we probably end the class somewhere around 3:15, right? So is there any other question that you would like to ask? Then I try to cover it now, or else I will continue with the next, the final topics for today. Okay, look like there is no question, so I'll proceed with the final one. So let me just recap where we are now. We have basically covered alpha concept, the HNC overview in the morning, plus the basic organization with HMC. And before lunch, we cover the ISS family overview, right? So after lunch, we continue with the ACS demo, and then follow on with the security concept and overview, and also system values. So we touched a bit about the user security topic 1, user profile. Then only we take a break because the progress was a bit ahead of schedule. So we just completed the user security topic 2 for group profiles, right? So if there's no further question, then I will start the final topic, which is Unit 9, resource security, right? So again, this is quite straightforward. You can see that the duration is only 30 minutes. So if everything on schedule, we probably finish this class for today's session by 3:30, right? So we are slightly about half an hour ahead of schedule. Right? Okay. So we will touch on topic number 9, resource security. So how do you protect your objects from being accessed by the end users? This is where we're going to touch about. So what resource security is and how it is being implemented, and how you control the ownership and how it's being established. And most of the objects that come with the system may have a system default owner user profile, right? So the purpose of why this default user profile is in place, right? And how the public authority is assigned to an object, and also between the difference between object management, right, and data. What is an object? What is a data? And how it's being assigned the difference. Okay. Also, they describe the search order used by system to determine whether a user is allowed to access an object. So we'll see the hierarchical chart, how access is being authorized based on what level. And the last one is actually the most interesting part, which is the RCAC, right? And how do we implement it? So this is where we are now. We come to the other portion of the security. So we cover system value, we cover the users, we cover the group profiles. So now we finally cover to the object level on how do we protect this object. Okay. So resource securities. So by default, how the rules are is every object inside the IBM I must have an owner. If the object doesn't have an owner, that is where the Q default owner come in, right? So if a user a profile was being deleted, right? So if you specify that the object do not delete, and you do not specify any new owner inherited, right? The system will assign something called a Q default owner to own that object. Okay. So the user who create an object is assigned by the owner. So basically, whatever object you created, a spoof file or whatever, that object, you will be the owner, right? The owner initially has all object and data permission, right? So if you're the creator, you have all the permissions. The authority can be removed by others. You have an admin, by the owner who grant it, all right? Or can grant any authority back to themselves at any one time. Right? The ownership of object can be transferred to another users, as I mentioned. If you have changed role, switched role, that you're no longer required to access the payroll data, then this owner object, we call the ownership of the object, will be transferred to your successor. It is not possible to delete a user who owns an object. Two solutions are you transfer the owner or you delete the owner object, right? This is show up in the delete users or delete group profile. These are the capabilities that you can do. Right. So this is a little bit of performance. You saw the object header, right? Only primary group authority per object. Yeah, there are something related to performance in the older is where there's a lot of authority check if the users has individual authorities and so forth. So when there are certain users and they hit into performance issue, then when we look at the iDoctors check, then we found that the system user authority and all these things are not tied up or not segregated or not assigned properly. So when you run certain batch run or certain process, the authority check is constantly kicks in, and check is become a complex hierarchical check, and that chew up performance. And that is why we always say you assign and you group this project or this group of users or this ID into a group profile or in a list, authority list, so that the system will not constantly check the user's ID. So that's where we say store the object header, and it will allow for good performance, right? So only one primary group authority per object, unlike real private authority where it can be many per object. So basically one primary group for those objects will be the better one. Object owner cannot be primary group for objects. Okay, so the object owner shouldn't be in the primary object. Okay, so again, when assigning a primary group, so we create an object by profile with group authority called *PGB. *PGB means primary group. Okay, use object PGB or change object PGB to specify the primary object group. Right. Basically, you do not need to worry too much about this if you're not a performance guy, right? This is where it ties very much to the performance. Basically, when you assign, you're in a control group, you're more serious about how this data is being protected, right? So basically, what we talk about is you should store all these things in the primary group. That is the key guideline. Again, coming back to Q default owner. Q default owner is the IBM supply user profile. When an object has no owner, as I mentioned, if you remove that user profile and you keep the object will automatically become Q default owner and it will inherit the Q default owner rights. Okay, so that's where the problem. The object may expose. Right, the Q default owner is everyone can access to it. Okay. All right, the object is assigned to Q default owner in the following case. Now, what other cases that will happen? You may have a user profile that damaged or deleted. And when you run the program, a process called reclaim storage, you know, when we tidy up or when we do the housekeeping process, we run this command called reclaim storage. So the reclaim storage, you identify, we call orphans object or object that do not belong to anyone or damaged. It will try to recover. So when the system discovered it and it couldn't find an owner, the system will automatically assign a Q default owner to this object. Right? And the other case is when an object is restored. You know, when I restore an object and the owner profile from one system to another system, and from my production to a test system, and that test system I didn't create the owner. The object owner is not restored there. So when you restore that object and they found that the owner is not there, so the system will automatically change that owner to Q default owner as well. Okay. So a program that needs to be created again is restored, but program creation is not successful, right? Again, this is another one that you know, if you have the program that needs to recompile, but it's restored, so the program creation is not successful. So this program, it cannot be recompiled. So what happens? This object is considered partially damaged, right? It will be also assigned a Q default owner. Okay. The next one, maximum storage limit exceeded for the user profile. So you can actually limit the users how many storage that you know, how many megabyte or how many gigabyte the user can actually create in the system, right? So when they exceed the maximum storage, right, that on the holder the same name, so it will be being removed, and then this thing will be actually it's also being renamed, and the owner also changed. Okay. So bear in mind the Q default owner should not normally own objects. So basically what you should do from time to time is you do work object owner and key in the Q default owner and see how much this Q default owner profile own those objects. And whether those objects belong to IBM or non-IBM. So if it's non-IBM, then you probably need to take action and see whether is there any what we call security exposure. Okay. So how do you assess an object? So the object, to assess an object, you typically need, if you want to manage the object, you need something called all object access. So if you want to manage the object, you want to move them around, you want to move from one library to another library, or you want to copy them, you need this authority called all object or allocate object access, right? A private or split authority to the object, or you can, if you have an authorization list that have all object, you can also do that. And if you are on a primary group authority, yeah, you can also have the permission to object. And if the object has a public authority, meaning the object has allowed all public access, then you can access to it. Another way is you can adopt authority. You can adopt the authority from the profile or certain process or job. When you run a job, you can actually adopt authority from the calling job. So then you can actually, by on single demand and in the user profile, you may not have the authority to access the subject. But when there's a job that's being submitted and you can adopt another user profile authority to access it, then you have actually indirectly you are able to access that object as well using adopt authority command. Right. So where does this public authority come from, right? So when you create in the system value, when you create authority, so the system value can be changed, right? So what happened is these are the object that when you create. So when you create the library, right, it will look for the system value. The system value is changed, then you will inherit the change authority. Right. Same thing with the output queue. When you create output queue, you have the authority of inherit the library create authority. So it follows this library create authority, and this is the change authority. All right. So basically, it follows this hierarchy. So private and public permission consists of one of the more following. So if this is an object, so an object can be operate, can be execute, can be managed, can be delete, assistance and delete, can be alter, meaning you can change the object, the description and all the thing, or you can refer to it, reference, or you can also have an authorization list to this object, right? So going back to this part, we are going to have a chart to show you what are the meaning of it. So operational is whereby you can actually execute the authorities. You can open a file. You can use operation object operation. Sorry, that you can actually operate this. Okay, object management. So object management is allowed the user to move the object, rename the object, right, and add member to the database. Okay, assistant whereby you can actually change or delete the object. You can delete the object. This is where it's a bit careful. If you allow a user to have this object assist, then basically the user can delete files or programs. Okay, object alter. So you can actually initialize clear an object, for instance, a database file. So if you have this object alter right, you can basically reorg the database. You can actually clear or remove trigger and so forth. Okay, you can initialize the whole database, meaning you can clear up the whole database. Object reference. Reference means sometimes you actually copy a file and so forth. You just copy the structure. You are not copying the data. So you can specify a database file as a parent, as a reference constraint. So reference is basically reference the structure, but not reference the data. Okay. Authorization list. All right. This is authorization list management. So basically, you can add and remove users based on their from an authorization list. Okay, this is the one that coming back here. These are the object authorization list. Okay, now that is from the perspective of the object assistant and who can access to it. Now, what type of access that can you access? Let's say this is a database file or this is a program file. What type of detailed operation you can allow the user to do? So the data authority is where it comes from. You can read the file, you can add the file, you can update the file, you can delete the file. If this is a program, you can execute the file, right? So again, it will go down to the next level of detail in the next visual chart here. And here you go. So when it comes to detailed object management, it allows you to rate the records, view the records, right? You can add entries or a row of data inside the object, such as message, queue, a record to a file. Update has by meaning you can change the content inside the object, right? Changing records in the file. Okay, delete. This is where you delete an entry or message, deleting a record in the file. And execute is where, as I said, if this object is not a file, it's a program. It's a Java program or something. So basically, you can execute a program. Okay, and exclude. This is where the best, because you say, I don't allow anyone to access to it. So all the access to this object is blocked, is excluded. It's not allowed for A, B, C, all the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All these rights are being removed. So this object, basically, the owner can change it, can do whatever with it, but no one else can do anything with it. Okay, so it's excluded. All right. So basically, this is how an object is being managed and from any users to access to it. Okay. So system-defined authorities. So from the object control point of view, if you have, if you invoke object authority or edit object authority, there's a command called edt obj aut. So when you edit object authority, what you can do is you can see that what are the rights that you have. If time permit, I will show you the actual one in the green screen. I will go through this slide first. Later on, I will bring you to the actual I will use a green screen to show you. So when you look at when you do an edit object authority, right, the object that you want to use, then basically you will see that this is the object control, or you can do operation management assistant alternate reference, right? If the object control is changed, right, basically you can do only this part: read, add, update, delete, and execute. If you only use, you can only read and execute, right? So this is how the object control and tie to the data, we call the data authority. So this is object control. When you say the object control is all, basically you can do everything. If the object control is changed, these are the data you can change, all right? When the object control is used, you can only read to it, you can only execute. Exclude means nothing else, okay? So in the IFS, in IBM I, we have two types of, basically there are more than two, but typically most of us are handling two. One is the IBM I object control. The other one is we call IFS. IFS is Open System File Control. It's exactly similar to what you have in your Windows. So this is following the Windows or Unix way of authority. So if you go to IFS, you can even use a AI's command to display the object right. So if you have the read write execution, object operation authority, all the data, and this is read and execute, right? So object operation authority is read and execute. And you can also have read and write. So read, add, update, and delete. And this is write and execute. So you can basically have add, update, delete, and execute. This read is only, this is only refer and read. W is only, you can only add, update, and delete. Basically it's dump. You can dump a file there, but you cannot delete, you cannot read the file. Okay, you can just dump the data inside. X is where you can only execute that program, right? Exclude is where you have totally reject all access to it. Only the owner can change anything later on. Okay. So this is where the authority checking mechanism. So if you have a user profile that have all object, right? Then basically, if you come to here, you can see object, yes. Do you have enough authority for the public? If the object authority say, you have read, write, and access, then you can actually allow access to object. If you have object, but the object authority is saying say exclude, then you get rejected, right? So again, you come to user specifically, this is customized. Again, I may have the read authority and then come back to here. Do I have the object authority or public authority here? If no, I will access reject. Otherwise, again, it allowed, right? Just give me a minute before I saw some question post up. Let me see relevant. Right. Okay, there is a question posted. Say, is there any equipped security alert if there any violation threshold reach? Okay, good question. The parameters that we specify, let's say you have audit turned on, and again, it depends on what type of audit level you want to monitor, right? So example I give you, let's say for instance, user password sign-on attempt failed for 5 times. Then this automatically blocks into the journal we call Q audit journal, QAUDJRN. So there is a few ways to do it. You can, if you have the SIEM, right? You have the system integrated security monitoring tools that outside the IBM I, and you use some application like SPL Splunk, SPLUNK, right? You can actually spool this data online to the third-party monitoring system, and that will trigger, right? Again, this triggering effect and this monitoring what type of activities on the security part is very much subject to your security team, what thing they want to monitor, right? For V7R4, we basically have almost cover all the security requirements for the current, we call FSS, financial industry requirements. If there is none, then what happens is IBM Lab Services actually have complementary tools to allow you to do the same, which require us to actually tailor-make or we call customize for you, which these tools are available a long time available since V6R1. But as I said, if you're on V7R4, a lot of features are free. It's part of the OS. You do not need to do anything. You just enable it. But in V7R3, R2, you may need to use the lab services tool to to have that feature enabled, right? Can the MFA be set up? What sort of requirement is enabled? Same thing, MFA, if I understand your requirement, is multi-factor authentication. We call it advanced authentication right now. Yes, it can be set up. As I said, it's new. Unfortunately, V7R4, I don't know about V7R5, but V7R4 at the moment is still not part of the standard OS feature, right? Can you evaluate a bit of MFA, because you have the third question coming. The MFA is a global setting or allowed setting by group profiles. As I said, MFA is at this moment is not a standard feature right now. It's come together as the we call a toolkit from the IBM Lab Services. Okay. All right, there is another question. What is the command for adopt authority? Good question. Just give me a minute. I'll come back to you that one. I think the command is called adopt authority as well, but I will just reconfirm that. Okay. Especially when you submit a job, you can actually adopt authority from the previous job. Okay. Ray, to my career question, PCOD running meters is based on duration or calendar days. It's based on duration. Will there be any impact on the DST saving? No, it's a metering process. Basically, you can start and stop. As I mentioned to you, the minimum quantum is 1 day. So we don't care when you execute, the system will keep a log, how many times and how long is the duration that you activate those CPU, right? MFA is a global setting or no, MFA is not a global setting. If I understood your MFA correctly, it's multi-factor authentication. You can go by group of users or individual users, all right? Okay, and no further question, I'll continue the last part of the presentation. Okay. So defining resource security. Okay. So again, this is how we do it. So if you come down, let me bring up the pointer. So in the file system, this is just using example, using file system as an example, because as I said, this is more towards the Windows environment, Windows files. So you will see how this read-write access being show up in the screen, right? So when we go to file system, right, I will choose the IFS, integrated file system, right here in the IFS. When you click on this one, as I said, the tab will automatically pops up. And then you can choose the subgroup called IFS. When you choose a subgroup IFS, the system will pop up this second windows again. And this will be a list of directory inside my system. You probably remember just how I show you one that I was accessing the Rochester lab machine. This is the same thing that it pops up. So under here, I can say I want to access the library, IBM I library. Even though it's IFS, you can actually use the IFS to access the IBM I library, just that the presentation is different. You can see that qsys.lib, a .lib representing that this is the IBM I library, right? So again, you can go down there and open, then this will open all the IBM I object. So QSys library, inside there, you have all the library. These are actually the training material library. So we have AS27.lib, AS2700.library, and so forth. These are all libraries. So in IBM I, you want to see this, you just use this command called work library, WRKLIB. You'll see this list of library there. And from here, you want to zoom more detail to see what is inside the library. Basically, it's a command called work object PDM. So here, when you double click this AS27.lib, when you click on the open, right, this will bring you to the next level here. And this is where inside this S27.library, you'll see there's a message file. There are different files. The file system are actually file display and message file and so forth. So we just pick one called cost.fie file, and we check the permission. And this is where you can see that the permission for public is changed, right? And CLP admin is able to do all. And the group profile is just a usage, right? So this is how the authorization, whether you get it from authorization list and you can custom it. That's where we will talk about it later, right? Okay. So a common basic permission. So in the public, we can change, we can access to it, right? You can read right through this file, right? Called the AS27.library. This is a library, okay? So inside this library, right? Who does the public have access? The public can only do something called usage, whereby you can actually read, add, update, delete, and exercise, right? Then the other one have all the full access to it. This is the owner, right? Okay. So how do you add permission to this object? This custom. Now you're looking at different thing now. In this library called AS27.library, there's a file called customer master file. You can see this is a database file. Anyone follow me? This is on the top of here in my pointer, the laser pointer. You can see slash object is called slash qsys library, AS27 library, customer master.file, right? So this is where you can add access to it. You can see the public have no, the public only have change, right? It have no other access to it. So what you need to do now, you want to have a specific user to do it, access to it. So here you can customize it and you can add, you can change it, right? So what has the author of this document intend to do is you want to change the public authorization, right, to allow changes, or you can allow all, right? So that's why he make a checkbox here in the select, and then he go to the customization and he make changes to the existing public user. Right, and authorization list, it didn't use any authorization list, okay? And primary group, whether this belong to any primary group, yes, the systems belong to the AS27 group, okay? Okay, so this is how you make the changes of the object. Now, the coming one is where the interesting part that I mentioned to you. You want to allow this file to be changed and updated by who, right, on that particular column only. So this is where we call, this is something new that is not available before, okay? So this is where we talk about the column level authority. So give you an example, right? The file called Q customer credit, sorry, the AS427, this is a file, it's group, right? So you can see the customer number, the last name, and credit limit here, right? So the group have all the access for update, but the 2701 have no update access. Basically, you can only read, but you cannot update the file, okay? So how do you grant it? Is actually in the profile here, you come to this file called qcustomcredit.file, right? And under the public here, you check, and then in the authority view columns, right? In authority queue columns, you can actually select that column in. It will show you the file. This is the file. They call qcustomcredit.file, and it will show you the column inside there. The column means the field inside that file, and who can update and access to it. So you can actually select which user ID. You see, to AS27 group, you can say, I want this group to update this credit limit. Yeah, yes, update. I click on yes. You can see that square box there, and from there onwards, right, this user can actually update it. If you remove it, it cannot update that column. So you can go down to that level of granularity or scalability, that detail. In this file, which column can be updated and read by who, right? Previously, these features are not available, right? In V7R4, we have introduced these features. Okay. So again, column level security, right? So in enforce during the update operation of the file and no new response during open of the file, and column level authority are stored in the database object, right? And managed by the B2 4i. Okay. And object authority are stored in the user profile and managed by the system security manager. So basically, the authority is stored in the user profile. Basically, say that this user profile owns what object. Okay. So before the 7.2, we have this issue. Anyone has the authority to grant privilege has the authority to view it, right? Should the security administrator able to access the data within the table? Answer is no, right? So in 7R4 with RCAC, we are enabling these features now, right? We can even do the masking. So we can do RCAC stands for row column access control. Row column access control. So you can actually decide what row of data can be accessed by which department user, right? And column access, that's how we already show you. So the column here can be accessed and read and update by who, right? And this is where the column level authority and, sorry. So in the features, right, a user with security administration function under this QDB set admin, when I enable and grant, or to grant and or revoke, meaning you can revoke the privilege on any object to anyone, even they do not have the select privilege. Okay, so this is a more tighter control in V7R4. Okay. So again, we will recap what is RCAC. I think probably you guys had attended my previous securities presentation with CBS, right? So we do touch about RCAC, and even in V7R3 last year, we also have a workshop with CBS talk about RCAC, right? So again, a lot of goodies coming in with no charge. What's Jing Ban saying? A lot of things come with IBM I. So in V7R4, you need to install this OS feature called under the base option SS1, base option 47. It's actually free, but it's not installed by default. So you need to get the CDs and then get it the DVDs, right? And install it on the system. And with that installed, you will have this DB2 row and column access control. Okay. So you can see that this is a table, this is a file, and you can see that there are two rows that is being masked out, right? So basically what happened is, if I am the payroll user and I am just a payroll clerk, right? So I cannot see whoever same level as me. I cannot see my colleague or my peer salary or detail, but I can see whoever I process, right? So whoever that not my same department or all these things, those things are no longer sensitive to me. But whoever on my same department, the same HR department or same payroll one, all their data, all their role are masked out. I have no role access at all. All their entire records are all masked out. You can see in between these two rows, they are all blanco, right? You cannot see them at all, right? So this is what we call the role access. So it's an additional layer of data security available within DB2. Now this feature is not only restricted to AS400 DB2, because a little bit of correction of what Mr. Lee mentioned this morning. DB2 400 is part of the IBM DB2 family. So what happened is, whatever all this industry standard or compliances available, IBM will cascade this feature to all the IBM DB2 family, which include DB2 400. So we are not behind. So these features is when we roll out, this feature will be rolled out accordingly together with all the IBM database features, right? So we kind of standardize. So it's very easy. So that basically, in a nutshell, you want to move the data from AX or DB2 for we call LUW, Linux, Unix, Windows, or you want to move the data from mainframe to IBM I. They are very much close to 95% or 99% same, right? You do not need to worry about a lot of those SQL stuff. You can export and import them accordingly. Okay. So subsetting access to only the required data, which I mentioned, right? This all blanco. Control access to a table either from the row level the column level, or both. And the best part is we can even do masking. So we can only, like for instance, credit card number, we can actually, if you have a 12-digit credit card number, we can mask out the first 8 digit and show you the last 4 digit for control purposes or for you to refer purpose. So these are called masking. So if you have a developer, you want them to test the data, and you do not want them to have access to sensitive data, you can mask out the salary, you can mask out certain account balance and so forth, right? So those are masking, right? So basically we have permission for row, we have masking for columns, okay? This is something that I think everyone love it, okay? Again, it comes with no charge. So that is the beauty of the DMI now, it's no charge feature, right? How do you get it? So you have to check Go license program, option 10, display your license program, and then look at 5770 SS1. Make sure you have this option 47, IBM Advanced Data Security for I is installed. Once you install, it's automatically enabled. But how do you enable for the file, the object that you want to protect? They are classes, or we call workshop, that we can teach you. And of course, if you Google it, you can find it very easy. So there are simple SQL statements that you can run, execute, and then you can do it. All right. So option must be enabled, install, right? You must do the create permission, create masking. So create permission is do the row permission. Create masking is where you mask the column. How you want to mask it? You want to mask 100%, you want to mask 50%, right? So you can specify that, right? So again, once you do that, you can open a file and then you can activate it, right? So basically, how do you activate is via the SQL statement, right? RCAC do not replace object authorization, right? So basically, it's complement it, do not replace it, right? So again, you still have to follow the object authorization check. Then only you go down to more granular, more fine-tuned, whereby you go down to row permission and column permission, right? To reduce the set of rules and also column masking, right? Again, as I said, you can do full masking or partial masking. Okay. So RCAC is comprehensive, and it applies to any interface from the native DB, SQL, RPG, APIs, and so on. Okay. So again, row permission are a replacement technology for real logical files. So again, row permission, if you are the typical RPG or COBOL programmer, we can create logical file to do row permission, but the database do not by default blanco, So row permission are more, I would say, is a better solution compared to view and logical file, because it really protects the source. Okay, and only users with the IBM DB set admin authority can manage RCAC. So this is another group, the features that we incorporated into the new V7R4. I think probably some of you may also ask, we actually introduced a lot of goodies along the way since V7R1. So in V7R2, we even do data at rest. You probably want to encrypt your hard disk. All data resided in the hard disk. You want to do the disk encryption, right? I think just a recap, in V7R2, we actually have a free OS features. Again, it's a new features. Sorry, offhand I cannot remember the numbers. This is 47. That one is actually a different one I can find for you tomorrow. So that will encrypt all the data that you sit on the hard disk. Okay, that will do call data address. Okay, but this is data protection on the middleware. Just DB2 is a middleware. This is a protection on the middleware. And how do you do that? Right. So you can remember just how I said the column permission. So you do create permission. So when you do permission on this HR schema, it's a library. Permission on employees. Employees is a file. For row, this is the row permission where the user have the HR equal to 1, and all the user have the manager is correct, and employee or manager equal to session user. So basically, this user is either a HR person or manager users, right? And the user 10 equal to session users, right? So again, and this is another conditions, or verify the group user. The user group is under the employee is yes, and employee user ID equal to session user. These are login session users. then enforce all access. Then this only allow the user to access the on employees file. This is the employee files. Okay. Otherwise, you will not allow to access the employee files. Okay. You will return 0. Okay. This is how, if you are not able to do this in an SQL statement, then remember just how we said they are native DB, they are in the SQL, they are RPG and API and those things that an interface that you can do. So this is the SQL interface, and this will be the, we call the role permission iNavigator interface. So you can come here and you can say, under this object AS27, right? I'll go to database. On the left hand side, sorry, I think I run a bit too fast. On the left hand side, you choose database, and from the database, you choose the schema. The schema is actually library. In SQL term, we call schema. In AS400 term, we call library. So in the library, and you go down to S27, and you look at the object. So these are the object that is trying to look at, right? So so you look for the one object. It's called 27. Now we go to the role permission, right? So then this pops up the next screen. So again, this is where you try to, oh, sorry, this a bit of confusing here. Basically, this is where you talk about role permission, but it didn't show you in more detail. Okay, it just stopped here. Okay, but basically you can actually do the role permission here in a graphical way. Okay. So again, how do you do column masking? Just now, this is actually do the row masking, the row assessment. So this is another one. Again, it uses the SQL statement. It uses the column masking. So how do you do is using this command. Let me bring you back a bit. 1, 2, 3. Remember, just now to do row permission is to create permission, create column masking. You use this command called create masking, right? So we come here, we say create masking for this HR library and mask the column called date of birth on employee file, and this employee file is called employees as employees, and for date column, right, date of birth, return. So now what are they going to do? This is a checking condition. So this is a login session user, mean this login session is either HR or employee equal to 1. These are the group of HR or their employee equal to 1. Then the return the employee date of birth, and also verify that if this is a manager, it's yes, and the session user ID, then employee date of birth is required, and then verify the group profile again. This session user and manager is yes, and session user employee, then session user not equal to employee user's ID, then you will actually mask it with 9999, right? If the session user is not equal to employee and the user ID, you mask it with 9999. Concatenate meaning join with a dash and join with a month, and then you show the employee date of birth, and then join with a dash again, and then join with the employee date of birth. Else you show nothing. So then it will show the employee number like this. Let me see the. It didn't give you the return value. This is a very bad example. I think tomorrow I will just find that my previous presentation chart. I'll show you the detail for both here. And again, this is from the column masking level, from the iNavigator, how you do it. Again, as I said, you select the file that you want to do, you select the masking, column masking features, and select new column masking, and then you prompt you out with all this column and how you want to do that permission, right? So just bear with me. Let me find out my actual presentation. Like tomorrow, I will show you these two in detail. How is the return result? So that you guys have a better view, because this education training somehow is a bit funny that they didn't show the result. Okay. Well, yeah. Let me go back to the question again. All right, that is the end of the final topic called number 9 or module. I will show you those results tomorrow morning first thing, because I'm actually quite surprised this training material doesn't show the result in detail. It just show you how to do it, right? Okay. For the time being, let me just answer the question first, right? How do we make whatever an object is placed in a folder follow the parent folder authorization? Okay, if this is the parent folder is yours, it belongs to you, whatever you place in that parent folder, it will follow the parent folder authorization. Okay, if the parent folder is not belong to you, it will follow as well, just that the object owner, right, is different, is you. Okay, so that may not be full identical because you are the owner of you are not the same owner as the folder. Okay. Okay, from another question from Mr. Xia. After row and column mask, performance like batch will be impact compared to no mask. If yes, how to overcome it? No, the batch performance will not be impact because the batch user ID is actually one user ID, right? So only the access process will kicks in if the user is trying to access one particular one. If those process that you are running batch, right? You probably have this thing tuned, meaning you have already run access to which column and which masking that you're allowed to access and what data to fetch. So basically, technically, you should not have a big impact on the processing. Okay. On DB2, how to check version and which command to check? Oh, it's a very good question. If you are on the open system, then you probably need to know you are on DB2, which 10 version and all this thing on your AX. For IBM I, our DB2 only follow the OS. So if you are on V7R4, the DB2 version is V7R4. All right. So if you are on V7R1, your DB2 version will be V7R1. But how do you patch the DB2 up to the latest features and function? This is where you go with the group PTF. So you have work PTF group to check there is a DB2 PTF that available. So some of the features from the slightly earlier OS version, we will enable this feature via the PTF with group PTF patching. But IBM will constantly tell you what are the features available on which OS version for DB2 and also all our middleware running on DB2. Is DB400 encrypted? Okay, hang on. Let me just go by one first. Okay, we just finished the DB2 version, right? From Miss Silly, and then from Mr. Xia again. V7R3 has this feature option 47 straight. No, it's on V7R4. By tuning on the data encryption, what will be the CPU overhead incurred? As we said, it's not really a data encryption. The thing only kicks in when you access the data. All right. So the data by nature, it doesn't encrypt by default. Only when the users kicks in, then the OS will block the user. They say, okay, this user doesn't have any access. Remember those rules inside there? So only when the user kicks in and access the database, the users, only the AS400 kicks in and say, okay, does this user have this level of right? It match your rules of thumb, the rules of your SQL rules, the masking rules, and if match, then it will grant you access. If it doesn't match, then it gives you the masking, right? So basically, this is where it will happen. Okay, especially when the user do the inquiry and so forth, right? Pros and cons of RCAC versus field encryption. Oh, all right. A field encryption is where before we have RCAC in OS V6R1, V7R1, and V7R2, we do not have this field encryption, RCAC. We will use field encryption to cover it. And the challenge of field encryption is the key. If this field is being used as the key of the logical file or whatever, so that key will go may go haywire. because you encrypt the field. But for RCNC, this thing will not happen. Okay. Is DB400 encrypted? Yes and no. I think I explained. The database by itself is not encrypted. If you want the encryption happen in the we call data at rest level, you have to do the disk level encryption. But database is protected. It's protected means the data is being mastered, and also access control is being in place. So that's the reason why there are questions asked. What about the overhead and those things? The overhead only come in when you access to it. If you don't access to it, the overhead is not there. Okay. All right. Let me see. We still have a little bit of time. Let me see whether I can find the RCAC presentation layer and quickly show you I'll quickly show you the outcome rather than whole presentation. Okay. This was 2019. So this was done in 2019, same event, CBS event. So we talk about V7R2, and then also before V7R2, we talk about field procedure, right? And also the field encryption. There's a little bit of recap. It was last year material. Let me just quickly jump to the correct slide. And this is where we have detail about introduction of our RCAC. I will not go into all this explanation. I will try to show you the outcome, right? So when the users are not being allowed, so you will see that the result is only a subset, which is the come back to here. Yeah. So if you are not authorized, so each individual user, like user 1, he can only see blue. User 2, he can only see red. User 3, you can only see white. And user 4, there's nothing, empty. So it meets the SQL segment, which we will show you later. This is the one. So where the role permission, whereby if current user is equal to user 1 and color equal to blue, then it will return this one, all right? Otherwise, if the user is equal to user 2 and color is red, then it will show you the red. This is user 2. And if the user is belong to user 3 and color is white, again, it will show you white. And otherwise, it will show you empty, right? It's not in the RCAC control. This is a much simple explanation compared to the education material, right? So basically, it will filter the RCAC, right? Now, the same thing with masking. So when I do a column masking, in case when the current user is equal to 1, I will mask everything. Else, I will show the color, all right? The same thing. So if the user is user 1, right, it will show the color are all asterisk. Remember just now, all the asterisk. If current user is equal to user 1, I'll show all asterisk. Otherwise, I'll show them the detail. Basically, it masks the user from seeing what is the color, right? So what this user want to do is select asterisk from A set. This is a database called A set, and order by color. I order by this color. Remember, I said this color masking doesn't make the sorting go haywire. So if you still follow that, but it will show you all the masking. It's all asterisk. Okay. So basically, you can also mix and match. You can do column masking and also row permission in the same tables. Okay. So I will not go down to too detail. This is basically what we did last year. I hope you can still recap what I shared last year. If you are still keen, I think this presentation material that I have last year with CPN Stack U is could be still with them. You can actually ask a copy from CBS. Yeah. Okay, I think that's about it for today. If there's any other question, we welcome you to post it either via email or in this chat here. Then my friend from CBS, our engineers and Ching Ban will help to compile it and send to me later. Then I'll take a look and then I will try to answer it first thing in the morning before we start the class. Yeah. Well, if there's no further questions, then I'll return the session back to CBS and pass it back to Ching Ban. Yeah.
Thank you, Jason. For those who need the PDF material, you can actually email to us. You can actually reply the emails that send you the invitation, or you can send it to inquiry either way. And yeah. Then we will, once we get the PDF, then we will send it to you accordingly. Yeah. For those who still have the questions and still can key in the chat or send it the email to us, then we'll compile it and we'll get Jason to answer it tomorrow morning. So thank you very much for, we will start tomorrow at 9:30 again and see you. Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone. Have a good day.